draw 100 heads within the time span of about an hour. All right, let me get the YouTube chat going on and let's do this. All right, so we're going to start on the open spread because I want to make sure that we get as much as we can within the page. And let's do our little zoom powers in here, and we're just going to start drawing. There you go. All right, so we're going to go for 100 heads today. Let me make sure that I have everything in focus here. There you go. Perfect. All right, let's start this. Have my music on my headphones. So what I'm going to be focusing on over these 100 heads, it's going to be this main structure for the faces. It's going to be constructing an upper part of the head. I will focus on this first. So we will be drawing up until the nose, right? Up until the nose. We're going to leave the jaw out of it until last. The reason that we do that is because the jaw is very flexible. It moves a lot, right? It has a lot of extra positionings and extra movements that come along with it. So if I leave it towards the end, I can focus on just having the bigger details for my features on the forefront, and then I can decide what to do with the mouth after, depending on what styling or what emotion or what I want to do with it, in case I did want to shift it completely to the side. Let me zoom in a little bit more on TikTok, please. There you go. Right, so the reason that we do that is because this jaw could very easily be moved from one side to the other without any like real like solid feel. So all that movement is something that we need to take into consideration. So that's why I like to draw it after. Let's draw somebody a little more refined for this one. And we're not all gonna, they're not gonna be all bald. We're also gonna draw like accessories to their heads and everything. Now, if you guys do have questions, feel free to ask them and I'll answer them as I draw this. So I'm gonna be using this time to explain to you guys the different things that you guys might have issues with when it comes down to hair. So, or faces. So feel free to ask your questions now. There will be no better time for you to ask than now. Good evening, Wendy Carlos. Hey, Wendy, how's it going? Dr. C, wow, my alerts are finally working. Woohoo! Emily, hey, what's up? Yes, let's do this challenge. I made it to the stream. I'm at work. I can't believe you're gonna draw no one, not two, but 100. So we already have two in there already, pretty quickly. And this one, let's make this guy into like a backwards hat. And we'll give him mutton chops too. Like Wolverine. And a skinny neck. Cool. So that's two. This area right here calls for another type of shape, but let's make this one nice and long. So since we're gonna focus only up until our nose, I'm gonna draw my nose, then I'm gonna focus on my eyebrows, I'm gonna create the nose bridge. Then from there, let's make this guy very joyful. These are the cheekbones. My cheek muscle. Then if my mouth is going here, that means that the tip of my mouth is here. What is this little block? That's your cheek muscle blocking the rest of your mouth. So from here, I can connect my mouth from one side to the other. And then I have my lower mouth with my lip and everything. My chin is a little bit below my lip, and then everything gets connected. From the tip of your eyebrows to the top of your head is your temple and your forehead. Now that you got to remember that there's a little bit of width to the back of your head. So you need to just enhance it whenever you need to. Your ears will be roughly from where your eyebrows are to where your nose are. So with a very exaggerated face like this, lean more towards the middle of this instead of going towards the top or the bottom, and you'll have a more balanced shape. Sometimes hair is just slick on a person's head, so you don't really need to do much except for drawing the actual hairline. Now let's give this guy glasses too. Why not? There you go. Jessica, I need to get back to my desk to draw along. Yeah, you do, Jessica. Wendy, after a 10-hour workday, still checking in on your live and drawing along. Woohoo! All right, so we have 3 faces now. Let's draw another one right here. And we'll use the open spaces that we get left to come up with the shape. So let's draw some faces here. That will be like the structure of our faces. All right, we'll use all the negative space and we'll come up with faces based on that. There you go. Let's start with those for now. How do you draw? When I draw faces, they end up looking dull. I want them to look exactly expressive. How do I do that? Well, if you're drawing heads, the first thing that I would suggest is to not draw them head first. Draw them at the side. Draw them towards an angle. So 3/4 views are much, much better for this. Right? You got to learn that these are round 3-dimensional shapes that aren't just like a squiggle or like a little curve. These are all lines that rotate around objects, right? These are objects on top of objects on top of objects. So that is what the difficult part is about drawing, understanding and being able to layer all these things. The actual act of putting your pencil on the paper is not necessarily the hard part of drawing. It's being able to eventually be able to visualize things without needing any reference or without needing, much more than just your skills, your drawing skills. So it was really hard for me to start visualizing things as a 3-dimensional shape. But when it did, it's something that you just can't unsee. So it's just something you have to work towards until it clicks. Because once it clicks, it never goes away. So temple, right? Feature zone. So in this case, let's make the nose right here. So we're going to just focus on drawing all the features up until the nose. That'd be forehead, cheekbones. So this guy's going to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something. Just simply by the features that are left. His jaw is going to be huge, but not that huge. We'll make that a little bit into the neck. Buzz cut hairdos, or literally just little dots or cross hatches. It looks like Kratos. The bottom part of the mouth right here. This is actually really difficult for for a lot of people to understand, but I'm gonna simplify it for you guys really, really easy. Okay. The only thing you really need to do is go from the edge of your nose and the edge of your other nose, and then just draw an eye. An eye. An eye doing some fancy, funny, like thing, like frowning or something, right? Just draw an eye. Imagine you're drawing an eyeball. And that eyeball has roundness, right? Because it's round. And it has an upper eyelid and a lower eyelid, right? And then all you do is just cut out the negative space. And you have a perfect mouth. That shape is, like, the mouth is so much easier than people give it credit. They just overthink it, or they think, like, for some reason they think it's hard. Once you conceptualize the idea of everything being a basic shape, right? This concept of a basic shape and subdivisions, this can make things into a mouth, or maybe that's an eye. I don't know. Whatever you feel like making that. That could also be muscle fibers for your muscles, right? All those basic shapes are just your blocks for constructing. Let's make this guy into a face now, though, because otherwise we're going to be wasting space. To make an eye look sunken into the eye, what do you... Okay, before I answer this question, right, let me give you guys a chance to respond and see if you guys understand what you would need to do to be able to make an eye look sunken into a face. What do you think these lines in that placement is? Right? What's going on here, I'll show you guys in a second. So we have that. Now let's start another one, and we'll talk about sunken in eyes. So to sink eyes into a body, let's just make the eyes right here. Right. First, we need to draw or understand the concept of our eye sockets. Our eye sockets are the thing that encapsulates our eyeballs, right? In a skull, it would look something similar to this, right? Your eye sockets, the top of your eye socket is really where your eyebrows are, right? And that's what moves up and down and creates these little bumps on the side of your face. Now these bumps curve back in and they hit your eyeball. Your eyeball ends up being inside of your eye socket, right? So when you want to sink this into it, what you have to enhance is the negative space around your eyeball. So if this space right here looks darker, it's gonna seem darker because it's casting a like this is casting a shadow on this now, right? Because it's inside. The more you push it in, the more it's gonna look like it's sunken in. So that's what you do. You gotta remember that these are your bones. So whenever you're, let's finish this one off. Let's just draw like a little witch or something, or like Popeye. Like a pirate or something. Maybe he has scurvy. Have like a voodoo doctor or something. I don't know. Or maybe it's just Paul from the tattoo shop. You know. How you doing, Paulie? Okay, so when you start understanding the elements that consist of a face, then you can start making any shape into a face in all reality. In this case, this is going to be a very important factor when it comes down to drawing caricatures or concept art, right? Because you gotta be able to come up with cool concepts from nothing. You need to be able to identify shapes and tell a story and make some characters look a certain way by just drawing. So you have to learn to draw things a little bit different than other people. Who's your favorite artist with pencil? Well, I don't categorize my artists by their art tools that they use. So I would say that my favorite artist in general is probably Chris Sanders, followed very closely by Dean Yeagle and very closely by Frank Cho. Usually the 3D shapes, but then having difficulties getting them right on the paper. So that's probably more so a dexterity thing like than anything else. So if you have problems putting what you already know and concept in paper, it's just a matter of putting in those hours of constantly just getting on there and practicing until it clicks. Because once it clicks once, that's all it really needs to happen. Like once something clicks once, it tends to be like all that you really need. So far, we'll count after we are done with. Let's make this one into like. this is a challenge that I recommend that you guys try to do if you guys feel stuck in the way of drawing your features, or if you want to really hammer in a new way of drawing something. You could straight up just like discover new fun ways to draw very easily by just simply hammering out design after design after design like this. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 so far. We have about 89 to go. Do you guys ask questions? Haven't seen those. Okay, so use shadow to create depth. Yes. Just drew a voodoo doll. All right, so let's go on to this side of the page. Let's draw a pinup, for example. Like pinups for me are very fun now because I started visualizing them in this way. Like I started drawing just the top of the head, right? Just the top of the face. I figure out how the hairlines are gonna go and everything before I start drawing the jaw, and that's what made everything much easier for me, because I wasn't worried too much about how the lips are gonna look and everything at first. I just started drawing and then come up with my proportions as I go. But the more that I do it, the more easy it comes to me and the more precise I am with the exact look that I want to get or achieve. So again, this is just more like repetition and figuring out different ways that things make sense to you, not necessarily following what other people have taught you, what people have like, what you've seen online or tutorials, or observing people like me drawing, right? Like it's really easy for me to be like, oh, well, just draw this little heart shape and then this little thing and then that's it. But you know, it's not that simple. You have to make things click for you. You need to make sure that it like makes sense to you in your brain. Because if you don't, then it's kind of like, you know, you're just not really understanding what you're getting taught. And we all learn in different ways. So it's not like the way that I'm teaching is gonna be for everybody. All right, we're gonna try that little eye, like the eye shape thing here. From the corner, and then we're gonna draw an eye, an eyelid. But how do we want to draw our eyelid? Let's curve it a little bit. There you go, that works. That looks nice. Chin, and let's just bring this down a little bit. Yeah, that came out okay. I gotta refine that like technique a little bit, but I think I just gotta move it up a little bit more. But not bad. Let's draw like a tank top or something. There you go. Wait, what did you ask for? Yeah, it's pretty difficult. An eye isn't just here because it's logic, same proportions and muscles. All right. I'm still struggling with squares. So let's draw some faces with squares so that way you can like get better at that with that. How about that? So we'll start with these ones. Let's do that in squares. Okay, I'm going to show you guys how to break things up with boxes. Right? If you're going to be drawing with boxes and you like see things in boxy proportions, you need to get used to drawing in cubes more so than boxes, but it's okay. You can still do some fun things with this. And I just made some facial hair here because that little smudge shall be covered. Let's see. That's the problem with drawing with pen too, by the way. Okay. So this one, we'll make this one into like a profile face. So I'm still applying the same concepts that I have been thinking here. I'm thinking about this main area first, right? I identified where my eyes were going to be. I'm taking a little bit of shortcuts because I already know where the placement is supposed to be. But I identify really quickly the front of an eyeball, which is going to lead to my forehead line, which is going to lead to my eyebrows, because the eyebrows go on top of where the eyeball is. It's the eye socket, which means this is my cheekbone, which means this is the front of my cheekbone. And then this muscle for the nose, remember, it's like an eyeball. So this is nice and round too. So this has a curvature back. And then the mouth and everything can be just like an eyelid, but instead of an eyeball inside, we draw a mouth. Now, as long as things are proportioned, you can make even faces that are not the sizes that you normally would draw. You can still make them look balanced. Okay, so it doesn't have to be a perfectly proportioned head in order for you to have a balanced drawing. You just need to know where your elements are supposed to fall so that you can draw them accurately. Okay, so now let's draw somebody from a profile, right? Like, this is kind of profile, so let's draw somebody from the front. And let's just break everything down in like boxes real fast. So if you're used to just drawing frontal faces, you could literally just start subdividing like crazy. Right? I normally stick to about like one, maybe 3 or 4 lines, 4 squares for each one. And this gives you a nice little grid, right? Like this makes it really easy if you determine that this is where your first half of your face is going to be, because we're deciding on our first feature zone first, right? So if this is going to be where our nose is going to be, very easily, let's make a wide upright nose because we haven't drawn an upright nose. We draw a nose. Well, we already know that this is about the same distance from this, so we can just draw our eyes right there. Right? If we know where our eyes are, we can make a very imaginary like little circle to make sure that our eyeball is around that area. And then we know where our eyebrows are going to be. If we already know the sides of our nose, our mouths don't tend to go much past about the distance of our eyes. That's roughly about the distance where our mouths tend to extend to if we have like a very wide smile. So normally, if you stay within those realms, it's going to look nice. Your mouth is like a rubber band, right? With two little flat edges. So connect one side of the rubber band to the other side in some way or another. And then add negative space according to the real anatomy of a human being. In this case, it would be the cheekbone into the mouth, into the teeth, right? So that would be all negative space, and that has a little bit of depth. So now we have a nice, fun, sideways smile. That could have been any way you wanted. That could be like down, and I'll demonstrate that again too if you want. But underneath your mouth, you have your chin. So we have all this space for our chin. This guy has a massive chin. Our cheekbones are going to determine how physically fit our character is. Right? If you don't see them much, you can make a character look kind of chunky. Hair is literally, it's just flowing strands of lines coming from a single origin. So your hair will always come from your hair part, and they will just start coming out from there. Adding too many lines without like a directional flow is what makes it look like ugh. So don't do that. Let's see. Another boxy shape. Okay, let's explain to you guys the profile like proportions, right? That is something that's really difficult. Like, oh, where do I put my ear? Do I put it back here? Do I put it in the middle? Do I like make like a circle and split it and blah 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 blah? It's a lot easier than that. Okay, it's much easier than that. Essentially, how you have to measure this is the size of your eyeball, whatever size your eyeball is going to be, not the eye itself that you're drawing, because what you're drawing is tend to be like only the front of their eyeball. Right? That's what you tend to draw. You don't draw the whole eyeball, but you take into consideration the whole eyeball, double it. That's going to give you enough space for your temple and the thickness of your skull that connects to where your ear is. Okay, so about double the size of your eyeball tends to be a good, relative distance to maintain. Now, the back of the head, this back of the head, it really is dependent on what styling you're trying to go for. Because you can make nice little anime pinups like this, or American pinups, or you can have a more realistic look and actually have the space for your brain. Right? Because that's what's going on here. That's where your brain goes. It's considerable amount of mass. So your face is actually only in like the first fourth of your head if you actually want realistic proportions. But most of us is just not, we don't need that. We don't want that. We honestly just don't search for realistic proportions because they don't look appealing sometimes. So what we're going to do is we're going to, when you're drawing this part, now that you know that it's just double the size of your eyeball to your ear goes towards the back of your midline if you divide it like that. And then this, just remember that it connects to your neck, right? This back part protrudes a little bit, only a little bit, not like a ridiculous amount. And then from the front, you have your jaw. Your jaw is going to overlap over your neck, right? It's going to be over your neck. Like let me see how I can explain this easier. I need something that folds. Okay, here. So this is the outside of your jaw, and your neck goes here. So whenever your neck rotates up and down, this little space that you get in between your neck and your chin, this just goes back onto your neck and it diminishes. Right? So that little area right here is your squish zone for your neck. That's like the play area that you have. So it's normally about halfway from your mouth or from your chin to the back of your jaw. About there, about halfway. So enough space to move your neck up and down, and enough space to give your neck thickness. All right, so how many faces do we have so far? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We have 15 so far, so we have 85 left to go. Hey, let's read some comments. Question, Rodgon, how to draw drool? Okay, how to draw drool. Drool is very easy. Drool is literally just little tiny drips, but to make them look really, really appealing, you need to draw them contouring around your shape. So let's see. If this person's going to be drooling and they're going to be drooling down their chin, that means that that's their neck. Let's see if we can like there you go. You have someone drooling like have you ever hit plateaus in your art journey? If so, how do you deal with them? Okay, plateaus. Man, that's an interesting topic. Because plateaus only come if you don't have goals that you need to meet, right? If you hit a plateau, is because you stop thinking that you need room to grow. Therefore, you stop studying or you stopped practicing your exercises, and you think that you've achieved like the ultimate form of whatever art that you are creating. Therefore, you're at a plateau. Now, if you mean just art block, that's a different story. But a plateau normally comes to people that like, don't know where to go from where they are. If you're a beginner, you have a lot of places to go to. If you are a person that's been doing this for a while and you need to reassess what you want to get out of the industry or what you want to get out of your career, then it's a matter of going back and checking why you got into art and seeing if that's still the case and if that's still something you want to do. If every pork chop were perfect, we wouldn't have hot dogs. What? Let's draw a face right here. This guy has a big neck. And a big nose. Sideways. So once you learn certain aspects of anatomy, in the face especially, it becomes drawing things like caricatures and cartoons very, very, very much easier. It'll become a lot easier for you to do that. Cartoons are essentially just a simplification of human anatomy. So once you understand human anatomy, it becomes really easy to just draw anything into a cartoon. If you have a little bit of experience caricaturing, you could make infinite versions of yourself, kind of like I do every single time I draw. And eventually you'll land on one that you really like, and then you'll be able to use that for your logos or for your icons or for whatever. I hope the music is like so faint that YouTube does not pick it up. Asper's ad. This is my favorite time before bedtime every night. Oh man, that's awesome. Where are you joining us from? If you are joining us from obviously somewhere in the other side of the world, that's pretty cool. Let's draw a little chibi face right here. Yay! And then to make it a little bit cooler, we'll give it little fangs. And then we'll make it a little kitty. There you go. Let's see. This is all starting to click for me. Oh, cool. So again, we're going to split our faces into two. We're going to create a nose in the shape of diamonds. We can, from there, create our nose bridge. Our nose bridge leads to our eyebrows. Our eyebrows tell us where our eye socket is supposed to be. So that completes our mask. From here, inside of here, we can draw our eyes in any way we want. It doesn't have to be a certain styling. It could be any way that you feel like drawing. Detailed, editorial, cartoony, simple, whatever you want. And then from there, you can go on and add your extra details like your mouth, your chins, how wide you want your jaws to be. Maybe you don't want it to be that wide. You have your cheekbones, so you can come up with cool, like, different characters now because you know where your little, like, shapes are supposed to be going to. So it's a matter of just taking that same base understanding of a face or structure and then applying, you know, a more stylized way of seeing it to it. So we're going to add a little bit of color to the faces because I like making my art look cool. And for some reason, I've always enjoyed having noses be like all like peachy and like rosy. So that is one thing I got from like a caricature artist back in the day, and I just love how it looks. So that is something that I do with all my drawings for the most part. That's a complete style choice, and it's not representative of what happens in a real face, by the way. All right, let's see. That's going to be a nice little style choice. There you go. All right. And as we progress, we're going to add a little bit of watercolor. And we're going to add watercolor in order to, let's use a different palette. I'm going to use this cheap palette. This is still cheap, but it's a different palette. I just really like this pink right here. So we're going to use pink. I'm just going to get it all nice and then look at what's going to happen in this sketch, okay? Right now, the elements are looking a little bit separate, right? The moment that I start adding color in between, each one of these sketches is going to become its own little focal point. Now, I'm noticing that it's a little light when it comes down to when I'm seeing it on the screen. But that's perfectly fine as well. It doesn't have to stand out like drastically, just enough to make the white lines break up and create focal points. There will be situations like here that I would rather set the hair as the focal point. And that is going to be the stylistic choices that I make throughout doing these little enhancements, right? I can very easily ruin the page by just creating a very bad contrast line. Or I could ruin, like, you know, the look of one of the little sketches or something as well. In this case, I want her hair to be pink. But at the end of the day, you just kind of go for it. Essentially, the concept that I go by is if two white lines are touching, they need to be broken up by something. So right here. See, adding that little bit of color just enhanced the face here and enhanced that hair. All right, so we have our kitty as well. Just gonna fill in that space and then fill this. Okay, cool. So now we are caught up. I'm gonna do a little bit here too. All right. So, oh, we're missing a spot right here. Our pirate needs to be enhanced. There you go. All right, so we can move on to the next. Let's count how many we have so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 so far. So you have 21 as of this guy. So 21, that means that we have 79 left to go. What am I using to add color? Just watercolor. Let me block these the sex worker thingies and remove. How can I yeah, there you go. Remove. No, how do I block them? I'll put them on timeout. There you go. All right, so don't mock me. I know it might be easy, but dang it, sometimes it's hard. Wait, what? What are we doing? 100 heads. Okay, at my desk now. I get to draw along and come back to the beginning of the stream to catch up on the first 21. Okay, cool. Let's see. Oh, I'm not using a pencil. I'm using a pen. And it's just a big pen. Like a round stick, cheap. $1 million for like $3 type of pen. I have a little grippy part that makes it a little cooler, I guess. But all right, let's continue on with 22. Let's see, what other concepts of the face are hard for people to understand? The mouth is just a rubber band that you can just connect. You can make any shape as long as you flatten it out at the edges. This is going to be able to give you a lot of depth. And as long as you combine it with proper negative space, understanding the concept of having teeth and a cheekbone, and right, as long as you consider even cartoony shapes have anatomy to them. So if you consider them whenever you're drawing, this is the reason we learn anatomy as cartoonists and illustrators, so that we can actually break the rules and do cool drawings without, you know, always questioning, like, is this how you're supposed to draw this? Is this how you're supposed to draw that? Where is this supposed to go? Stuff like that. Do you ever imagine your pinups or cute animal characters like Archie animated? You know, if I ever saw one of my pinups animated, I would like shriek like a little girl and probably just think that I'm at the peak of my career. Like I have always wanted to be known for my pinup art, but I was never really good at it, right? Like I had the dream of being like known as one of these like greats like Scott Campbell or Chris Sanders or something at one point, but I never really like saw myself being like that. And it gets to I'm getting to the point where I can actually maybe think of myself not in that same league, but like an F tier list of that, right? Like a very low tier end of like what they have achieved, and then it's like cool, awesome, and it's getting to the point where I enjoy my pinups enough to the point where I could see myself, you know, like being known for that at some point, and it's really really cool. The big factor is going to be making sure that I draw the necks within these characters as well, because that's an aspect of the body that I need to get used to drawing. So, along with drawing 100 heads, it'll be 100 necks, 100 facial expressions, 100 eyes, 200 eyes probably. So it just is going to come with drawing a bunch of really interesting things. When drawing cloth like scarves or anything like that, you need to take into consideration that they are going around your objects, right? They're going around your characters, and they have weight too. So they have, you know, thickness and depth, and the hair as well. It wraps around your head. Cross hatching is a very fun technique to shade and sketch if you have the patience to learn how to draw with ballpoint pen. And I say patience more than like the time, because it comes with a lot of frustrations. It comes with like not drawing something that looks good for like months or sometimes almost close to a year. Like there was a point where I hated every sketch that I did. Every sketch was absolutely hated because it was just messy and it looked dirty and it was too like I wasn't giving myself the chance to erase. No, I'm not taking any lives. Do you make a living out of this? Can I ask what's your job? I make a living not out of doodling and doing this, but I do make a living as an illustrator. I am fairly known illustrator, and I have a lot of freelance work. So it's that's normally what pays the bills. That and also a lot of the stuff that comes in from my book sales and like my little tiny projects that I have going on. So I have multiple avenues of revenue coming in every month. Yeah. And if I ever need to like, if I actually really need to, I'll take a corporate job and then just work that and kick ass at that for a while. But I try to avoid doing that if I can. And lately, it's even more so apparent that I have to like do that for my own mental health. Like I need to stay away from corporations for a little bit at least because I'm finding myself very jaded by the industry. Do you see a difference between your work and actual art? No, it's just to me it's not there's no difference. The only reason that you should like it's just different things that you create, right? It's still you. It's not like I'm becoming a different person to draw all these things for corporations or anything, right? So it's like everything if I give myself the opportunity to, and I say that very very much so in that same tone. If you see your corporate job as something you can benefit from because you have time to do work on other things or you have the ability to learn something that you can apply to your own stuff later, that is gonna be your best use of that stuff. So yeah, you're not gonna get your creativity fill, but if it's a solid enough job, it's gonna provide you stability to be able to pursue the things you do want to do. So it's going to be beneficial regardless. All right, let's try another set of exercises that I like to do that involve filling in gaps in between the details and then filling in absolutely every single space in between. All right, so in this case, what do I see? And I try not to go for the obvious. Like I don't try to go for profiles and profiles and profiles because that's boring. In this case, I'm kind of seeing this little shape right here. And he kind of looks like a flat top kind of guy, but that's really really cheating it. Like whenever you realize that you might be cheating yourself out of a chance to challenge yourself, especially with just a sketch, don't go for the easy bait. Don't go for the easy thing. But the easy thing is something you already know. Okay, you already know how to draw the easy thing. Why do you want to keep drawing that over and over in your sketchbook, of all places? Where your sketchbook is supposed to be where you go to learn, right? Where you go to experiment, where you go to try new things. That is what your sketchbook is supposed to be for. Oh, gorillas with like just the white eyes and the spiky hair. It's more like a troll, I guess. So, a lot of people ask me, like, why do your faces, whenever you just draw a face, why is it that your faces look good even if it's just a few lines? How come you make it so expressive by just simply adding a tiny bit of lines to a drawing? Like whenever I try to do it, it doesn't come out looking that good. Well, it's funny, like, because all these little simple lines are not just me drawing a little angled line. These come into, like, this is all gonna be what I think about when I draw something as simple as this. How is this line going around my eyeball to create this shape? Will my cheekbone or my cheek muscle push that shape up on my eyeball? If that's the case, where would my if my eyeball is there, I have to have my, what do they find? These things. I can't come up with a word for some reason. I think I've set them to eyebrows. Right above the eyeball. From there, my cheekbone and my teeth are going to be right here. So therefore, my mouth has to be stopped and end right there if I have my eyes right there. And then the bottom jaw is a little bit more of a stylization choice, but that's all the thought process that goes into just mapping out a little tiny thing like this. And that's mostly because I've drawn a quadrillion faces. In the lifetime of my career, I have drawn a ridiculous amount of people, right? I was a caricature artist for 15 years. I was, before that, I would do it just to get into like clubs when I was young and like to make some money, you know? It's still to this day the easiest way to just go out and make a couple $100 every day if you feel like doing that, right? It's drawing caricatures will allow you to understand you will never go hungry again. You will never go hungry as an artist as long as you are able to hold a pen and a napkin. So let's move this. All right. So we had 21 up until this guy. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 so far. Cool. All right, let's read more comments. Blue Devil, do you ever imagine? Oh, Alex Vargas, muy cool tu arte. Gracias por compartir, maestro. De nada, mi amigos. Amigos de Latinoamérica. Soy mexicano. Por si no sabían. Empecé un canal en español. So I started a channel in Spanish as well for my Latin-speaking friends. I just never really have gotten a chance to upload more videos than just that initial one. So I should probably do that at some point. Mostly because there's a lot of my followers that are from Latin America and Spanish-speaking people. So I got to give back to my people, and I got to do that for them. Jessica W, I'm using a pink ballpoint pen and just hits different. Yeah. Ballpoint pens are just fun. Let's draw a shape like that. Let's see. What can we figure out from that? So many different directions we can take. But I want to challenge myself a little bit. Let's see if we can draw that being the bottom of the jaw of something. So creating that little pocket that we all hate at the bottom of the neck. If this is my jaw here, if I draw this shape around, I can figure out my other side of my head, my other ear, and therefore my other jaw part. Okay, so if I can do that, that means that this is the front of my face, and I could probably see the front, like the middle, and then maybe a little bit of the other side. This is my ear. I have a little bit of space behind my head, because remember, it pivots around your ear. And then it might squish a little bit in the back. From here, how would I start finding out all my features and all that shit, right? Just from like the things that we have mapped out really quickly in our sketch, how do we like figure out how everything's supposed to go? Well, our very basic exercises that we normally draw are things like this, right? Where we think about rotating lines up on a shape, and one side gets bigger and one side gets smaller, right? These are just basic perspective exercises that we should be in the habit of practicing, right? In a box or a cube, if something gets closer to the edge, we start seeing a lot less of it, right? So it starts getting smaller, as opposed to when you do it this way, it starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So whenever we are looking at a shape like this, we're essentially seeing this, right? We got to find the front part of our face, and we already established that our face is going to be about 2 eyeballs deep up until our ear. So up here is about 2 eyeballs deep that you can have. So if you think about it like that, only up to 2 eyeballs could be within this area. If you start mapping out where your first one's going to be, I'm choosing about halfway in between. I'm going to have 1 eyeball back, and it's going to meet exactly where my ear is. Perfect. Now this is going to give me a measurement that I can actually use. The top of this is going to be my eyebrow line. My eyebrow line goes across my head back to my ear, and this is a curvature that a lot of people don't get. This is where you have to understand that the edge of your eyebrow is going to mark where your temple goes. Your temple is where you take your sphere and you cut out that part, right? You're cutting out a section of that sphere to map out the flat side of your face. So that is what you're doing there. You're using this basic technique of finding a segment and blocking it out, but you're applying this to a more complex shape of the head. So it has to be thought out a little bit more. So your eyeball is found. You already know where your ear is, thanks to that. The top of your eyeball is going to mark the top of your eye socket. And the eye socket marks where your eyebrows are supposed to be. So this is very confidently, we can just mark our eyebrow going around our eye socket right there. This eye socket's right here. That means that this other eye socket is right here. I can just go around my eye socket and draw my other eyebrow. The eyebrows are going to mark the side of my face. The side of my face goes at the same angle on both sides, the front and the back. So I can just follow that shape and then give myself that little amplitude for the forehead that I want. In this case, it could be a really big forehead. It could be a more like squared forehead. It could be whatever shape forehead you want, but you got to understand that the shape just has to follow the path that you have carved out for your shape already. Your jaw. When you're stretching out your neck like this, your jaw, you're going to be able to see a little bit more of the bone structure than you would normally. Your jaw, you can see your ear as the handle to your jaw, right? It's always going to come from the bottom of your ear, curve in, and then it's going to curve in to where your chin is. Then the other side is going to wrap around your neck. Remember how we were talking about how this overlaps? Like it's the neck that's always going to be wider. Oh no, the neck is going to be skinnier than your neck or jawline. So it's always going to tuck in underneath there. Right? It's going to tuck in underneath this shape. So if you can identify this side of the jaw and you learn to draw through your shapes in several ways, you can map out where the other side of the ear is, and then you can just draw your jaw there. right? But that is very crucial that you understand these basic concepts of drawing through your shape so that you can easily map out jaws and stuff like that. Right? That's a basic concept. The reason that it's hard is because we don't learn that. Like, it takes us years to realize that we don't know what we thought we learned, or the things that we think we learned. We know them in basic concept, but we don't really apply them to our drawing. So we are like ignorant people walking around very confidently thinking we know something. And I know that because that's what I did, right? I'm not like pointing fingers and saying that I'm any better than anybody else. That is the reason why I say it. It's because I did that shit. And I wasted 15 years of my career working on style when I could have just worked on, my foundations for a year and then been at the level that I am now. Oh, would you be opposed to graffiti artists using your characters in their pieces? Like, nah, man, that'd be amazing. That'd be so cool. I mean, show me. Like, don't hold all the awesomeness for yourself. Like, show me. Like, tag me and shit. Like, don't just do it. But yeah, is it okay to use digital drawings too? Yeah, of course it is. Okay, Mr. X Pirate. How does he draw like that? Well, I draw like that because I have spent a ton of time drawing things like this. Ooh, okay. So we'll talk about exaggerated features in a second. Let me finish talking how the face kind of like is structured, and then we can go into that. So in this case, we have our eyeball, distance our ear. We already segmented our temple, so we already have a lot of the information that we need for the rest of the face. This is going to be our cheekbone. Our cheekbones has to be, or our cheek muscle has to be incorporated into that little section right here. And this is going to be our jaw. Our jaw is going to lead to the top and the bottom of our mouth. And so I know that my mouth is going to have to be around this area. Let's draw my mouth. My mouth is going to go around my teeth, just like the eyeballs go around the eyelids or the eyeball. So we're just going to draw around our teeth, coming up to a point, and now we have a mouth. If this is where our mouth teeth would end up, this is where our cheekbone would go, and therefore this is where our nose canal would be, roughly around here. Are you working for Marvel Comics? No. Like, that would be really cool if I got to do like a cover or something one day. This person's like jaw is like really struggling. It's like really pushed forward. Let's see. What type of eyes should we make them have? So this is the eyeball. Whatever styling we apply to this eyeball doesn't have to be cartoony or big. Like, we can have literally an eye, and then whatever eyelids we draw for it is going to be the styling that it's going to receive, right? It could be sad, it could be happy, it could be seductive, it could be whatever. But it's the styling that you apply to the actual eyelid, not to the eyeball. That is the key thing. Don't learn an eye style, learn to draw an eye, and then you can style it any way you want. Yeah, he's like, nothing. And then adjust your drawing as you go. Like, you don't always have to end up, if you don't like how something came out, just draw over it. Or tell yourself, like, this is what I do constantly. I make a note. I tell myself, jaw to frontal. Boom. Right? And then I just go in and adjust my drawing. And I figure out how and why it looks like that. And then I just, there you go. I'm less likely to make that same mistake the more I often tell myself I did something wrong and I try to correct it on the spot. Right? Maybe the teeth are a little bit too far up. There you go. For practice, would you recommend just creativity sketching or practicing specific things? I think you have to have a good balance of both. You need to be able to draw, and then you need to be able to draw things you like, and you need to be able to apply the things that you learn from drawing the things you don't like to draw onto the things you do like to draw. So it's you have to like put a lot of give and take when it comes down to this kind of looks like Count Chocula already to me. Yeah, so you have to learn to apply a little bit of both, honestly. Like it sounds like different things, but like whenever you are even working for like corporate people and like corporate companies, like you still need to apply like a little bit of you when it comes down to all the things you do. So, you just gotta enjoy the journey. Do you also do the color or just pencil stuff? Pencils and stuff only. What does that mean? Like, what does penciling stuff only mean in your brain? Like, how do you think those comments come across? Like, not that I'm offended. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not really offended. But imagine if you're saying that to somebody whose entire career was based on penciling things in, right? You have now just made that person feel like it's only penciling, like you diminish what they're doing, what they've practiced for years. So, just out of courtesy to other people later on down the line, uh, don't generalize things like that because some people's feelings get hurt. And from a person that actually like has to like give people reviews and constant like sometimes negative feedback, there's people that even quit, like just straight up quit because people are mean to them. So just be very like, and it might not be a mean thing to you, but somebody might take it as a negative thing, and I'd rather avoid those situations for anybody in the future, and hopefully you did not mean it in a negative way, right? Because of course you didn't. Cheekbone, so that I can draw a big Joker smile. That's going to stop my smile line, but I'm going to continue my mouth shape way past that. Right? So I'm going to think of this as the stopgap because my muscle or my mouth is going to be digging underneath this. So you have your cheekbone, your eyeball, and everything. Right? This is your eye socket, your eyeball and your eye socket, your cheekbone, and then your smile gets blocked by this bone right here. Or like that muscle in general, not necessarily the bone, but the muscle here creates this stopgap. So all you got to do is draw through it and then connect both sides and then connect the negative space that would happen from their mouth being so open, because their teeth would only stop after a certain amount. And that's how you get like big, creepy Joker smiles. Ta-da. Okay, so how many do we have so far? So we had 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Woo, we still have a while to go. We have like 70 more. All right, we're going to start talking about exaggeration too. We'll split this one into two. And we'll interlace them by drawing two different profiles in between. It's like perfect for a podcast of old men. It's the Earl and Earl Show down in 99.9 FM. Tune in every day to listen to Earl talk to Earl about Earl stuff. There you go. Thus, creating a head exception by creating heads and heads on a head count as making the 100 heads. That'd be kind of cool. Oh my god, if we did like an infinite canvas type of thing, where we drew a head and then inside that head we had to draw their heads and then go inside those heads to draw their heads, that'd be pretty legit. That'd be a pretty cool stream. Let's see, let's continue on. We'll use this guy because we already started drawing him. So this guy will be pretty much like a skeleton. Eye socket, eyeball, sunken in eyeballs. The nose ridge goes here. The nose ridge in the middle of your eyeballs is a little break in your skull that gives you a little tiny splinter of bone that sticks front, creating this little divot. Tukung. It's right here in every single one of my drawings. Oh, let me scoot it over. Every one of my drawings has that break in the eyebrows. Every single one of them. That point is very important when it comes down to drawing faces, because it marks, normally it's a slightly above your eyebrow line if you're like drawing like a more realistic like thing. So if you're drawing like a more like realistic proportion face, right? Not so much like exaggerated or whatever. So if you were to draw something more realistic, your bridge line, or this little break, is a little bit above where your eye is, but slightly, very slightly above where your eye is. Your eyeball tends to sit a little bit higher on top of your eye, or your eye socket, and the underneath space right here is normally just where you show like wear and tear and like somebody being tired and stuff like that. Same concept applies. The top of the eyeball is going to be where your eyebrows are going to be, and your nose bridge and eye sockets and stuff like that come from that. So if you generalize it as this being in the middle of your eyes, it does not change much of your like perception of the actual drawing, but it gives you a nice, awesome little like guideline that you can use to map out your drawings a little bit easier. Right? Because you know that now that little line right here, let's say I just draw, like, we'll go back to all these heads, but let's say that I just draw this, and then I'm drawing like a head, and that this already indicates so many things. That break is this break, right? So that means my eyes are here. That means that my eye socket is here, my cheekbones, my ear, the back of my head. All that stuff is already understood because of this little line. I already know that my nose is supposed to come out from there. And then whatever styling I want to do for the jaw. So that line alone was like, it's just, for me, for at least for the way that I draw, it's a very quintessential like piece of information, because it could be that, or it could be anything. It could be like any shape. As long as you create that divot, you know where everything else is supposed to go. Right? Let's do it here. Right? It doesn't matter where you put it, and then these could be like Siamese twins, like ogres or something. It's the aunties, the two-headed aunties. Do you do tutorials on YouTube? Yes, my good sir. I have hundreds of videos on YouTube that you can go and watch and learn from right now if you wanted to. I'm from France. I follow your course on 21 draws. That's how I discovered you, and you're an amazing art teacher. And thank you. Oh man, thank you. Hearing things like that, honestly, do make what I do, like doing what I do, like so enjoyable. Like I absolutely love being able to stream and have an audience that I can like talk to every day and like share my things with and my art, and actually have like my little soapbox to talk to people about things. Now, for a long time I didn't do this because I honestly did not know that I was doing like justice to anyone for teaching, because my career was at a very standstill, and I felt the same thing that you guys feel sometimes. And just like everybody else, I went through like sadness times and depressions and uninspired times and all that stuff. But luckily I'm past that. This year my career has taken a turn for the most interesting. At the beginning of the year, in May or so, I got told that my art department for my book editing job that I had was going to be let go. They were just going to lay us off for no real reason. Just we were just not profitable anymore for them, so they let us go. So that was like a big kick in the balls. Now, after that, I decided that I was going to take up a friend of mine's offer to go to Scotland and spend a week over there, because we were going to rent out like a cottage or something, and we were just going to go have fun, right? Get my mind off of things, get back into gear and stuff like that. I met some wonderful people, a beautiful woman, and now I'm going to move over there in February. So it's I'm going to move over there for a while at least, see how it is over there, and just see like and enjoy my life. Like I never expected that I'd be there, like or even thinking about anything remotely similar to that. But life takes you in very interesting ways and positions and paths. And I'm almost 40, so I'm going to just go enjoy my life and share it with you guys for this year. And if I need to go back to doing my work for corporate America and I need to go back to work to make a living, you know what? At least I'll have said that I traveled the world a little bit drawing and I taught people along the way. And you know what? I think that'll be like a nice story to tell people. Even if I'm like homeless and like teaching people how to like draw on the street for like food. Which, again, I will never be hungry because I know how to draw caricatures, and all I need to do is go draw caricatures like downtown where drunk people are, and I will forever be like with sustenance due to that. So that is an invaluable key element to learn as a see a very cartoony and a very like realistic look can apply the same concepts. All right, let's see. Let's fit another one right here. What do we do here? I'm seeing like an angry like animal or like an angry panda. Panda ear. All right. All right. So let's see. Now let's just finish out the page and then we'll count it. Let's move up to this area right here. Literally, that guy with the jaw is Horseman. Can you try and make a human Archie head? A human Archie? Oh my god, what would Archie look like as a human? Okay, so Archie has big ears. He's a red panda. His little neck. So Archie's proportions are about these. I've drawn him so many times. I haven't drawn him lately though. Like, so I really need to revamp like his look. So if that was a kid, we could make this into a hoodie. Archie has a very long tail, which would probably translate to long set of hair. And I'm gonna base it off my brother's hair that like was like super curly and big. So there you go. So it would be a hoodie with Archie's ears. It had to be, otherwise it does not. It's not gonna look like him. If these are his eye proportions, so his eyes have to be that big. He's a very happy character, so sometimes his cheeks do get pushed up into his eyes. His eyes are spheres, ovals, more ovals than spheres, but they're still spherical shaped. So to be able to draw them looking wherever I need to, I just got to follow my sphere line. And let's say I want to have him looking at something here. I'm going to go here. I'm going to find the center point of where he's supposed to be looking. And then I'm going to build my eye from there. Ta-da. His nose is a little stubby and his mouth is going to be around here too. So this little area has to contain a human nose and a human mouth. I'll show you guys how to draw pouty lips in a second. No problem. Just stay tuned. His brows are going to be a little bit above his eyes because our eyeball is right there. I'm going to draw his mouth open since he has to be really happy. I know how to connect it here because I'm just thinking about the other side of the mouth as well. So I'm going around it, connecting both ends. Drawing around my mouth shape because my mouth has roundness to it, right? Roundness, 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 roundness. Has roundness, we find the other end and we connect the both bottoms. And that's how we come up with the mouth shapes like that. He's a kid, so he wouldn't have much in the shape of a jaw. And it would just go into the heady anyways. Remember, this is going around our cheekbone. So this curvature that you get on characters, these are just your cheekbones, okay? That's the cheekbone. And then into your cheek muscle. This is not the jaw. When you look at them in 3/4, one side is your forehead, your brow line, and your cheekbone. Okay? That is what's round there. And then your cheek muscle into your chin. Your jaw has nothing to do on this side on a 3/4 side view. Okay? At all. Like your jaw is like in the middle of your face, like here. So one side is your jaw, and then the other side isn't. How do you just become creative? How do you just think and come up with this? How do you become creative? I kind of like, I guess it's because I watched a shit ton of cartoons when I was little. And that's all I did. So my mental library is gigantic, right? I can draw pretty much any concept that you can ask from anything. Like, it's just not hard for me to do that. Mostly because I've drawn close to everything. Or what it seems like everything, at least. You know? Like, it's kind of like, you know, a lot of people tell me, like, hey, like, how do you find your style? How do you like figure out what you want to do? And the way that I did it was just to do everything. Like, I learned how to do video editing, I learned how to do cartooning, I learned how to do inking, coloring, animating. I just learned everything so that I could choose the creative field that I wanted to go into. Like, it was not like, oh, well, I'm only talented at this, so I'm only gonna do this. No, that's a very like weird defeatist, like limiting yourself to absolutely like the bare minimum type of thinking. And you can't think like that if you want to actually, you know, succeed. I think I was talking about this the other day on the stream. how artists, yeah, I think we talked about it. Hold on, let me see where. Yeah, right here. So we talked about this a little bit. So in order for you to be successful as an artist, you need to find something that you love and something that's going to give you enough money to be able to live wherever you are living, to be able to afford housing and like everything, to pay yourself. So that comes with several ways of thinking. You have to think in the terms of deadlines, but you also have to think in terms of infinity. Like you have to be a person that thinks of infinite worlds and infinite time and like adventures that will go on forever, but you need to set deadlines to be able to create that. Right? That's the two types of like mentalities you have to have as an artist. A lot of people like to think of that as like your creative side and your business side, but it's not. It's just your art as a career side. Like there's no, I'm not a business person, I'm not a money person. No, if you want to do this as a career and you're serious about it and not just being a hobbyist, you straight up learn how to do that shit just as much as you learn how to draw an eye or how to draw a mouth. You learn how to make contracts. You learn how to, like email clients. Like that's the stuff that we don't want to learn, but that's the only way that we're going to make a living without getting ripped off every time that you guys go do a project, which is your livelihood. So don't mess with your livelihood, right? Like learn that stuff. Does Two-Face in Batman count as two faces? No. Two-Face would not count as two faces, but let's draw a Two-Face because that sounds kind of cool. Let's draw that big one too. So Two-Face, if you guys are not familiar, is a Batman character that has half his face burnt off or like damaged, and then the other face looks very, very normal. So in this case, we're going to play with a lot of squiggles and line quality to be able to like get those textures. Now, the first part is to divide the face. So we're just going to do a frontal face. It's going to show both sides relatively well, and we can play a little bit with asymmetry as well. The next step is to determine, for me, I like to determine where the eyebrows are supposed to go. Mostly because I've always had a hard time determining the size of the forehead for characters. I've never had a problem with the bottom, but I've always had a problem with the forehead. Now, I'm going to take it one step further, and I'm going to break up this shape where I want my nose. I'm just going to think, out of all this big shape, where do I want my nose? I just want it right here. So I'm going to split this right here. I'm going to draw my nose diamond. If you guys aren't aware of the diamond shape system to draw a nose, you draw a nose by drawing a diamond, you divide it, draw a little circle, and then you have all the elements of the nose that you need. Okay, so that's the little diamond system we're going to use here. One side has to be all scrunched up and gross, and then one side has to be pristine. So let's draw the pristine side first. He is also a relatively strong, burly man, so we're going to draw a slightly more like wide and blocky shaped nose. For this side, we're going to make the nostril really, really flared up. And we're going to draw some like random squiggles to show that there's like some damage to the nose. Okay. Add a little bit of cross hatching to just enhance that contrast between these two shapes, to make it look like it's burnt skin or something. Once we have our nose, now we can move on to either the top or the bottom, honestly. But in this case, let's start with the top. If we know where our nose is, that means that our nose cavity is right here. And we can just create our What are these? Your cheekbone. It comes normally from the edge of your nose, honestly. And it goes to the edge side of your face, creating your cheekbone line. This line goes normally to where your chin goes. And this is a very standard superhero drawing type of way of drawing, right? So you have your cheekbone, the edge is gonna lead to this, but this is not your jaw. This is gonna be your cheek muscle, right? So this can be chubby, this can be sunken in. This is gonna be just your cheek line. So don't think that that's your jawbone. Your jaw comes underneath your cheekbone, and it connects to your ear behind your cheekbone. Behind your cheekbone, right? That's where you're at the bottom of your ear. Your jaw is gonna come in and connect down to your chin. This break right here, it could be up here, it could be down here. It really depends on what type of look you're trying to appeal for. But I like to normally draw this line and break wherever I'm gonna draw the mouth. Like this is indicating the bottom of the jaw, right? This is indicating the bottom of the jaw. So this is where it just curves into your teeth. So wherever you decide to put that is going to be where your teeth end up. So if you put it up here, that means your teeth are gonna go in that angle, right? So if you put it that high on your head, that means that your teeth are gonna go right here and then go up onto your jaw. If you have it down there, that means that your teeth are right there and your jaw is up there. So that is something that you have to keep in mind whenever you're drawing these lines. From the outside of your cheekbone down to your chin, that is your cheek muscle, right? This is your cheek muscle. This is your cheek, or this is your jaw. So when you keep those in mind, then these are going to overlap wherever your mouth goes. So if your mouth is going to go past your cheekbone, it goes underneath and then it stops right there. So that line that you get at the edge of your nose is just your cheek muscle going out. Now, if you guys are actually understanding and this is making sense, click that little heart thingy, share the stream with people, do the thing that people do and subscribe and all that shit, right? If you guys enjoy what I'm doing, this is free education, so help me out by at least subscribing so I can get you more free information. Let's see. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the mouth, right? The mouth, I like to simplify mouths very simply, okay? I already have this cheek line, right? And I know that the mouth is just a cylindrical, an opening in a cylindrical shape that is this little front part of the face. So all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw an eyeball inside of here, right? And I'm gonna draw a weird eyelid like I would for a cyclops. I'm imagining a cyclops at this point, right? And then that eyelid, the thickness of the eyelid, when you're drawing an eye, and that thickness that you get underneath the eyeball and on top of the eyeball, And then your eye, you know how your like eye has a little bit of thickness, right? Well, that's the same concept that I applied to my lips. Right? An eye and lips are the same thing. Same thing. It's so easy to draw mouths with really cool shapes if you think of them as a cyclops eye. And you'll see, I'll try like a couple different ways. But in this case, we have a very angry cyclops. But one side has to be nice and standard. Right, the lip on the bottom is just the bottom part of the lip right here. It extends all the way to the edge of where my face shape is supposed to be. So this, very simple, right? It's just a closed mouth. And this side, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna go around this shape, just like you would an eyeball, and go back up to the nostril. This is gonna create that little edge to your mouth that you need, especially when you're like snarling and stuff, because you need to show that depth for your teeth. This side as well, I'm just gonna wrap it around the eyeball, and that's gonna create my negative space for my teeth. I'm gonna give depth to the lip as if they were eyelids, and this part is round like an eyelid, so we're gonna draw that too. I'll draw some of the gums, and we'll draw a little bit of the teeth. Okay. Then this part is also pretty mangled up and chewed up, so we're gonna draw some burn marks. Okay. Some squiggly lines, and maybe even some like stubble, because he probably can't shave that very well because of all the like. The lip, it's going around it, and just like an eyelid, it creates a little shadow underneath. So this would create a little bit of a shadow because it's extending from its body, right? Then we go up to the eyes and the cheeks and everything. So this guy got fucked up, right? He got fucked up with acid and shit like that. So the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna come up with this normal day-to-day look. So I'm going to make his day-to-day look, like his casual, like Harvey Dent look, to be just like this. Right? This is the eyeball. My eye socket will be around there, creating the shadows that are needed to make the eyeball look more round. It also indicates my nose bridge. Right? And the bottom of my eye socket indicates where my cheekbone might show a little bit, or that's where the eye starts like curving into the bottom eyelid. Okay. This is just your eye socket going all the way around. You sometimes get some lines right there, and then you go into your temple, which goes up from your cheekbone up until your eye, that divot, remember? Again, that divot right in the middle, that divot. Right in the middle of where the eye is, to your temple, or to the front of your cheekbone line, which indicates the side of your face. From here, the way it's ordered, it's temple, ear, and then back of your head. Okay? Temple, ear, back of the head. Temple, ear, back of the head. in every single view that you see it. Now let's give him a, I forget what type of hairstyle he has, but I know he has like this little like corporate hairstyle. The hairline is just somewhere in between the eyebrows and the top of the head. About halfway. It doesn't have to be exact. It's just as different as everybody's eyes. Like, it really is a very weird world out there, and there's people with really interesting, proportions. So don't drill yourself into just thinking that everybody's shaped the same way. Like, if anything, you guys can see in these exercises where we're just drawing heads, like, it's a matter of style choice once you understand where the things are supposed to go. Okay, so now we have the other side, which is going to be consisting. If we drew his eye here, we're going to move the eyebrow line there because that's where we decided to put our eyebrows. The eyebrow line, maybe the eyebrow moves a little bit, a tiny bit because of the muscle, but in all reality, it just follows the eyebrow like muscle that's sitting right on top of the brow ridge, so it wouldn't go much further up, even if he was like super surprised at this point. His eyeball is about this big, and then my eye socket is about that big. And then this eye is like always like super creepy, right? And it's all like damaged and shit. So we're gonna show distress by adding extra sketchy lines in a very specific direction. So we're gonna specifically doing like a radial direction so that it just increases like more distress within the eyeball shape. We're gonna add some like extra distress lines, like skin crackling around our cheekbone, right? This is our cheekbone. So anything that we draw that's going to be crinkling around has to be around our cheekbone. This is also going to be negative space because we got to sink that eye in more. I'm going to make him more angry. By creating heavier contrast between the eyeball and the background by creating deeper shadows means that the eye is sunken in even deeper into the eye socket and creating that element. At this point, I would also start just creating deeper coloration of gray inside the eye. And then just allowing a little bit of that white that I set aside for the highlight be the core value, so it looks like it's bloodshot or and it's in one way or another like damaged. The eyes don't always have to be white. As a matter of fact, eyes are very rarely like really white. They're more like cream colored or like orange, like orangey, sometimes even like reddish. So now we have our eye nicely sunken in. We are following all the little like mapping out parts. Just gonna add some stubble and like broken in hair going into this little mid part. We'll add a little bit of cross-hatching at the edge just to enhance that division. his side of the skin right here would be damaged, but it's also going to be clinging to the skin, to the actual skeleton more. So we draw the details of the actual bones a little bit more than we would on this side. There's probably those cheek muscles, remember? The cheek muscles could be exposed. And then you have your jaw in the back. So you could just create a little bit of contrast by doing little details like that. Right? But understanding what those things that you are drawing, like, it just helps out a lot, because then you're not guessing that you're adding lines to something. Like, now you're adding things on purpose. So cool. Awesome. We can quickly make... No, we don't got to make those into that. We can just leave those. We won't count those towards the head count. Let's draw somebody like a granny. Oh, you can't see it. See, there is nothing that I would like more than to get a job doing character designs. I think I'd do a fantastic job at it, especially at this stage in my career. Now, I just need someone to either, here. There's two avenues that I'm going to go into this coming year. And whichever one presents itself first is going to be the one that wins. One is going to be becoming a teacher, right? If a college allows me the chance to have a teaching job, I will travel to that country or state and I will be a teacher, because that is what I want to do. I want to become a teacher. I can't teach in California because I don't have a fucking master's. Like, that's the only reason that I cannot be allowed to teach in California. I live in California. That is a very shitty thing to do to people that want to teach in California. So it's just, oh yeah, we said pouty lips, huh? We'll draw pouty lips on this girl. We have our diamond nose. We have our eyeball underneath our nose. And this is going to have pouty lips, the poutiest lips of the world. We're going to draw our mouth shape. We're going to have our bottom mouth shape. Again, it's a rubber band that's connecting at the edges, right? And then inside of here, I'm going to draw my lips. And you get the poutiest lips in the world. Now, pouty lips would be so pouty that they would cover even a little bit of your nose part. All right. So this gives me the edges of my nose and my cheek muscle, which connects to what? The edges of my cheekbone, right? So if I find those, I can find my cheekbone. If I find my cheekbone, I can finish creating my mask, knowing that this break right here is where my eyes are, remember? So you start finding out little tiny mapping points within your drawings, and then eventually, sooner or later, you'll be able to draw things from starting with just a nose, or even starting with just like an eye or an eyebrow, or because you will start understanding how things are made, how things are constructed, right? And you stop guessing. The more you stop guessing, the easier it is to construct what you want. And how do you stop guessing? Well, you do that by doing research. You do that by practicing until something clicks, right? You do it by prioritizing learning that over doing something that's just cool. And little by little, you can achieve different styles, different looks, different concepts, different levels of detail. And the more you're willing to spend time practicing and trying these things, the more you're going to get better at them. And you're going to just understand things a lot better. Like, most of the questions that people ask me are things like, how do you draw hair? How do you draw eyes? How do you draw this? How do you draw that? The real honest answer is you need to learn how to visualize things wrapping around other objects. That is literally the answer to most of your guys' questions. How do you draw hair? Well, hair is an element that is wrapping around a different element, right? So a hair bob like this, or something like that, or a hat, or a beanie, or anything, whatever you feel like drawing on a character, it's just visualizing a sphere with a hemisphere. The things that we really think that we know, right? Like, this is what we think we know, and we think we like understand of perspective, but nobody ever applies it. So that's why things like finding ears, jaws, and stuff like that are hard for people. It's because they don't really apply what they know. You would be a great teacher. I've used your techniques and hands, and it's helped a lot. Oh, awesome! Fantastic. Your characters have Disney feel about them. The classic Disney. Here, let me take I'm going to take a small break. So just to rest my hand. So I will. Anyways, I'm going to have some coffee. I'll be back in a split second. If you guys want to wait for a split second, I'll be back. But if not, enjoy your day. Won't be more than like a minute. Just need to grab some coffee. All right. Okay. So, let's see. Did we lose everybody? We often lose everybody whenever we do that. Oh, actually, we did not lose everybody. That's awesome. I'm getting to the point where you guys are actually enjoying what I do. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Made it to 25 heads and gotta go make the family food. Thanks for the stream and all that juicy, beautiful knowledge. I'll be back to leech off you later. No problem, Red Eye Artist. Have a wonderful day. Chris P, thumbs up. Those are big lips. If you could travel back in time and talk to 10, 20, and 30-year-old Rodgon. Ooh, that's a good one. If you could travel back in time and talk to 10, 20, and 30-year-old Rodgon, each for 10 minutes, what would you tell each of your younger selves? Oh, that's interesting. So, to younger me, to little 10-year-old me, what I would tell him, let's draw a little 10-year-old. Little 10-year-old Rodgon. Little 10-year-old Rodgon is a very, very happy kid. Our lives at this point in time is very hectic. We are moving from countries and moving like back and forth from like, you know, like leaving all your friends and everything behind. So little Rodgon is not a very very social kid. And I had a bowl cut. Right? I was very quiet and I kept to myself and I played a lot of games. Mostly because making friends at this point in life was very, very just tough. I didn't know the language and it was just like weird. So I hung out with my brother a lot and we just didn't really do much. So if I had to go back in time and let him know like anything, would be to be more patient. Just to try to understand what my family's going through so that I could just enjoy myself and be happy. Right? I would have probably needed that reassurance. I would probably understand it. 20-year-old Rod. Oh dear God. This kid was a fucking psycho. Okay? 20-year-old Rod had spiky hair with 2 little bangs in the front. He was going through college and he was just a cocky motherfucker. Rod came up. This Rod is the one that came up with Rodgon. I didn't even wear my glasses. That's how like I was. And you know, this guy is what started everything. So if I went back and I talked to him, I wouldn't say much. I would honestly just be like, dude, it becomes fucking awesome. Like you are able, you managed to get to where you want and much more than that. So just don't lose focus. That's what I would just say. Like just don't lose focus. Just keep at it like you're doing it. Maybe I would tell him not to date some people. Yeah, like that's pretty much it. But you know, the person that I am now is because I went through all that shit too. So, you know, if we're not talking about like Back to the Future type of time travel where I will get deleted if that doesn't happen, then I would prevent him from actually like thinking that just being someone just being nice to you does not mean they love you. That's a big lesson that I had to learn. And that was like where most of my heartbreak came from when I was younger. Like thinking that if somebody was nice to me, that just means they liked me. No, Rod, you're an idiot. You're just a dumb little boy. If they're being nice to you, it's because they're nice people. And that's a thing that a lot of like young boys don't really like realize, you know? Like people can be nice to you and not like you. It's called being polite. All right, so let's finish up. Let's just finish that one up into a face, I guess, since it's already there. Now we're taking into consideration all those elements that we talked about. Your cheekbones, into your cheek muscles, into your teeth. We're talking about all these elements because they play a role. Each one of them plays a role in understanding where the face goes and how the face is made. The more you don't need to understand it all to become a good artist by any means. I've been a professional artist for 20 years, and it wasn't until the last like maybe 5-6 years that I started actually understanding this to a better extent than an average person. But everything that came along with understanding this came along from a basic understanding of anatomy, right? Understanding the very basics of the anatomical structure of our face allows you to not guess, okay, where's my ear supposed to go? Well, my ear just goes behind the temple on top of my jaw. That's where my ear goes. If I draw it anywhere else, it's going to look weird. This is going to have a turn, right? And we talked about this. That's what the teeth, the bottom of your teeth, that's where your teeth are going to go. That's where that break is. So now you don't have to guess where that break is. If your teeth are going to be like in a small mouth, right? If like a character is like a little pin-up girl or something like that and she has a small mouth, then you're not going to draw the jawline all the way back here. You're going to draw it like right here. Because you can't draw the teeth going all the way back there. Right? So the more points of reference that you have, the more you're able to make more calculated and accurate drawings. The more you're able to visualize things in three-dimensional shapes, the easier turnaround angles and cool poses are going to be. Caricatures, cartooning become very incredibly easy. Okay. You learn to modify the head shapes into things that you like, and it's just a simple process of just adapting whatever shape you have and applying the concepts that you already know. Samurai guy. Right. All right, so we are done with the first page. I have a feeling we're about halfway done right now. So let's count the heads. So up until this one, everything that's colored so far, we had 21. So you had 21, now let's all these, 22, 23. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. We have 54 heads so far on this page. So we need 46 more. But let's do our little color thingy so we don't have to do that later. And I can rest my hand while I do some contrast. And I can talk a little bit too to you guys. All right, so red eye artists, not we don't apply the knowledge, we don't know how to put it all together, which is what I believe you're helping with. Well, yeah, like determining that gap, that bridge that determines like the knowledge you have and the knowledge you need to apply. Sometimes it's hard to determine, right? What I'm doing now, if guys are wondering, is I'm going to go into the line work and I'm going to create points of contrast. Now, these contrast points are a little bit lighter with the pink than I would want on the camera, but on the actual paper, it actually stands out quite a bit. And it's enough to determine focal points to make a simple sketch stand out a little bit more, or to make two shapes that are next to each other contrast better so that they both stand out instead of they both blend in. And that normally means to me it's whenever two white lines are touching, I just need to separate them somehow. Count Chocula is my favorite. I'm going to add a little bit more contrasty colors in here to make the colors of the eye pop even more. By adding a darker shade and a darker tonality to the skin tone as well, I can make it look like it's damaged and burnt, and at the same time call attention to places like the teeth that will have more of a like a white color or a lighter tone. And on this side, I do it to the outside so that he, in like the look of cleanliness or like non-misshapen forms, like stand out instead of the other ones. And I like doing these with all my pages. To me, it's just more like it enhances and reinforces what I learned or what I taught, and then I'm able to easily like share that with people. And you know, somebody watching this page or looking at this page later on will be like, that's a lot of like just random shit. But you know, for the people that did enjoy it, might like inspire you or like remind you of something that you learned. So it's what I like to call little like like art blockers. Like having good like little doodles to like just look at and reference and like be like, oh shit, yeah, I can make something with that, is something that I like always look for whenever I'm on Pinterest. So I think I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to start scanning my sketchbooks, and then just they're normally pretty filled with a lot of awesome things. So I'm just gonna release them raw, like how they are, and then if you guys enjoy them, awesome. I will keep doing it and teaching, and that will be another way for you guys to like help support. And if you guys don't like them, then I'll just figure out something else to do with them. But I have a feeling you guys will. Okay, so we have our initial 54 heads. Cool. All right, let's start drawing the other side. Could you show us how it works with this brush you're using? Oh, this is nothing special. This is just like a cheap brush pen thing that holds water. Like, this is garbage. Like, it was straight up garbage. I picked it up from a trash can. This was garbage at the art store. It was like defective or something. So I just took it and I've been using it. And it works just fine for what I need it. You got 34? Cool. Blue Devil, do you think Miss Vicky Mayhem will be the one? Well, unfortunately, for that type of thinking, you have to really be into that sort of mindset. Neither her or me are into the idea of marriage. I've been married twice in my life, and I don't particularly feel like having a third one. I want to just be with someone that's gonna want to be with me. Like, I could care less, or that she could care less about like an actual title of marriage. If it's for tax purposes or whatever, we can figure that shit out. Whatever, I don't care. But I'm not a religious person, so I don't care about the concept of, oh, you have to marry under God. And like, I don't have enough friends that I could care less about showing off my like social status to anyone. Like, I just don't care. Right? And even if I did, I would not even know what to do with like a wedding. Like, I'm not a person that even celebrates themselves on their birthday. Like, what am I going to be doing celebrating a wedding? Like, if the person that I was with wanted one, it would have to be like, okay, yeah, I understand we want a wedding, but like, is it practical? Like, I'm not gonna spend $50,000-$60,000 on a wedding when that could be like literally 2 flights around the world and spending money for a whole year. That's just stupid. Can you show us the whole page? Yeah, of course. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, if you guys are getting any benefit from like watching me draw in general, feel free to subscribe to all my like channels and shit. Like, it's just the only thing I really ask. Like, if you guys do that, you guys are gonna get access to a lot of cool things, like free lessons, a ridiculous amount of tutorials, and overall, just like someone to draw with. Yeah, because sometimes that's all you need, someone to encourage you and help you along your journey. And it doesn't take much for somebody to, you know, just join in, have fun, and realize that, hey, maybe if you learn something new, you'll be inspired to create again. Okay, so things like this, right? Like, this is something that I often say. Whenever you guys are seeing me draw this type of stuff, what's going to happen is that some people are going to try to replicate, like, oh my God, what is this angle that I'm drawing here? What is this, like, thickness of this line that he's drawing here? I'm going to explain that real fast for you guys so that you understand it. On an eyeball, like this is more like a Chris Sanders, like, big eyeball Disney animation type of eyeball. So on the eyeball, to get this styling, what you do is you create hemispheres around your eye to create your eye shape. Normally you go all the way to the bottom of the eye. You don't really have much of a bottom eyelid. And then you thicken those lines up with whatever style for your eyelashes being at the end of your eye. Then you have your eyelid. The bigger your eyelid, the more sensual your look is going to look. So if you have mostly upper eyelid, then you get like the Jessica Rabbit type of eyes. Okay, so with this more, it's more like an innocent, like open eye type of like shoot, and then this is more like, hey, hey. Same eye, just this eyelid is moved down here, so you only see a little bit of the eye, right? That's why you see that, but it's essentially the same thing. So when you think about it like that, all you got to do is go from one side to the other of an eyeball. And then for this one, you know that your nose bridge blocks a little bit of it, but it's still that same opening. So it goes from inside line, inside point, to the outside point, and then you just trace the lines around the hemisphere of your sphere. And you end up with your eyes. All right, so let's throw some more likes for all those little tips. Yeah, just click the little thing here. We'll draw a little heart-shaped face right here. Is that ballpoint pen? Yes. See, we're drawing 100 heads today as a challenge. So we've been drawing, we have 54, 55, 56 now because of that, but we've been drawing heads throughout the whole stream. So maybe I'll just leave a little bit of the page like that so you guys can see that I'm actually like drawing things. So yeah. We'll even give them goggles. Okay. Anyways, for finding where the eyes are supposed to go, that is why this is simplified too. All I gotta do is match, like if I'm gonna be looking this way, right? I wanna find where the eye is looking in one direction and draw that. Then on the opposite sphere, we're gonna map it exactly the same place. That sphere has it right here. This sphere has it right here. And that's all it takes. Was there a point in your career as an artist where you didn't want to share your ideas? No. And let me tell you why. I always approached my career as an artist as a business thing, right? It was never personal for me. To me, I was not a naturally gifted artist. I was not a person that had been drawing from like my mom's womb, right? I did not have the 19 years of experience that other people had going into college. So I didn't have the luxury to be in my emotions whenever I was drawing. I just didn't have that chance, right? I wasn't like, oh, well, my artistic vision is this. Like, no, but to me, it was like, holy shit, I might get to do this for a living. I might get to do some drawing and shit for a living. Holy shit. Like, yeah, let's fucking do this. Like, it wasn't like, oh, well, I don't see my creativity going the way that, and I'm like, no, I was like, fuck that. I want to be creative. I just want to draw. I just want to do something fun. I could care less what it is. So at one point, like in my career, I was just like, like as long as I get to do something within this field, I think I'll be okay. I think I will be perfectly fine in life. So I wasn't very picky with what I decided to get into at first. Now, my ultimate passion in college, it might surprise you heavily, but it was 3D modeling. It wasn't drawing, like at all. Like during college, I did not like, honestly, it was frustrating to draw because I had to compete against people that were so good, right? So it was just more like, okay, I'm going to be the best 3D modeler and animator, and then I'm just gonna make my like way through life like that. Well, graduation day comes, or graduation week comes, and I bring all my work to back it up in my hard drives, and I back it up to back it up onto my secondary hard drives just to have everything secured. Well, just to have my car broken into that day and all my shit stolen. My hard drives with 4 years worth of work gone instantly. Like, no way to get it back, no backups, there was no cloud system. And it was just like, it was the most soul-crushing thing that I had ever experienced. I had to go and present work to get hired a week later in a portfolio show, and I had nothing to show. It devastated me. It fucking ruined me mentally for years. I haven't touched 3D animation or modeling since. Like, I just straight up gave up. I was like, fuck it. Nope. I cannot. Nope. And even though now that I like look back at it as a person with a more mature state of mind, I realize that even all the work that I would have done there would have just eventually been replaced with newer work anyways, right? Like, me being more mature, I realized that that was just probably like a dumb decision to make, especially since I was really good at it. I was much better at that than I was at that drawing ever. So, you know, lately I've been thinking about just going back and trying it out. But I need to make sure that if I do, I can apply it to something that I'm using for myself, for my career, instead of just learning something just to learn it. What I think that I'm gonna do though, and then hear me out on this. I'm going to create a bust, right, of a female and male. It could be if the female one's successful, and then just break it down into the very basic features that I always talk about. Right? Collarbones and all that stuff. So for people to have an actual posed, like segmented, like character, and then we can always 3D model or like outsource things to make hair. Right? Something that we can just like put on top, or we can like set up like a 3D printed file that you guys can modify for different hair, so you guys can make your own. But just like make it a very like my pinup type of like proportions, but just leaving it blank so that people can do their own things on it. I think that'd be pretty legit. In this case, it looks like Captain Marvel. Clocking out at 38, almost time for bed here in Belgium. Good night, Wendy. Thank you for keeping us company. Thank you for your commentary, and thank you for just being awesome. But I think something like this would be interesting. And then it would make me actually have like a reason to get into a 3D modeling thing again, right? Like just to try to build something that I can potentially do. I've also always been a big fan of like very weird like vinyl toys and stuff like that. So like street art has always been like a fascination for me. Like graffiti. Let's bring that in. Like I was never a very good graffiti artist when I was younger. But it would be really interesting again to try to see like if all the knowledge that I have now, if I apply it to something that I liked before but I wasn't good at before, how well it would actually translate to that. Like I'm discovering more and more as I grow up that things that I really did disliked, like for some, and I didn't dislike them because I disliked them. I disliked them because I was bad at them at first. So I'm like discovering watercolors, and watercolors have been wonderful now that I know how to use them. Right? Now that I know how to use them with different mediums and how to like combine them with things. Like as you learn more, you can revisit all the things that you have learned so far already in your career, and then just apply those like things to it. And you'd be surprised at how cool of a things you're going to like unlock. Like, one big reason that I like to tell people to keep all their sketchbooks is because it's really fun for you to like journal back into your life and see where you were like 10, 20 years ago. Like, I have sketchbooks back from when I was in college. As a matter of fact, I have my first sketchbook somewhere. But it's just fascinating for me that I still try to go for a lot of the same stylings. Like, but it's just much more refined now, right? So it's like awesome, like to go be like, and shit, I've been doing this since I was this young. Like, okay, it's either a good habit or a bad habit. Do I like it? Do I not like it? If I don't like it, then okay, now I have something to change, have something to work towards. If I do like it, then okay, I have something to refine. I have something to make better, right? To make my own. So there's always going to be something to work on, and there's going to be something to aim for. That is like the goal that you should have. Like, art block comes from bored minds. If you have art block, it's because your mind is bored. Figure out something else that you like to draw, create with, and then try that. You know, like maybe not the same pen and paper sketch. Maybe change it up and go like, you know, acrylics. Go do oils. Go do something that you've never done before. Go do some sculpting. You know, figure out something fun that, you know, will be interesting to you. And then eventually your brain is going to be like, hey, we like this, or we don't like this. And then you just adapt and learn something new and change and move on. And the more you learn, the more you're going to be able to avoid having art block, because your brain is just going to know how to process your thoughts and your imagination in different ways. If you can process your imagination in a bunch of different ways, then your mind has more avenues to be able to put that creativity out. It's fun drawing alongside you. I'm glad you are here, man. Oh, thank you. I literally just came back across my college sketchbook and realized how much I've grown artistically and technically. I find it fun to redraw old sketches to compare. Yeah, that's awesome. That's what I've been doing. 2022 did oil class and now trying pastel class. Oh, that's so cool. Awesome. All right, let's go. Let's keep going with our heads. Head and neck. So the main reason that I like to draw things like this, challenges like this, is because over the repetition of me explaining the things to you guys, I learn new things. For example, I'm learning at this point how to take the neck and how to wrap that muscle around it. And that's what I've been practicing little by little. Whenever I'm drawing my things for you guys. So I'm considering the middle part of the neck a cylinder, and then I have two shapes that are wrapping around it, creating that neck shape. So that is the emphasis that I've been trying to like play off, for myself at least, as I practice these things. And seeing how that applies to different head shapes. Let's see. Okay, so this will be a face of sorts. Let's see, how can we make that into a cool face? Yeah, that seems cool. Like a tiki hat. I love drawing tiki hats. So if that's the cheek, let's draw a smile. I love listening to my music while I draw. I don't know if like this will be like eventually unmonetized on YouTube if like for some reason my music is too loud in my headphones. But man, it's so much more enjoyable. Let's start turning all these little like shapes. Since we are focusing on heads, we will focus on heads and turn her thigh into a face. This guy's like a samurai tiki. Let's see. And this one, let's make the nose nice and long. It still falls under the category of a diamond, so you can still break up the bottom part, come up with your nostril, come up with the top. The nose bridge comes from understanding the concept of your nose gap inside of your skull. Your teeth would be underneath this, into your cheekbone, into your temple, into your eyes, right? So we come up with a very simple mapping of our shapes. Now that we have an actual skeleton to work with, now we can stylize this any way we want. In this case, he looks like a snooty motherfucker, so we're going to give him a very snooty look, which normally consists of like a derogatory like it comes from pushing your eyelids down and your brow line down as well, creating like a little disgusted like ich, sacre bleu. We're gonna emphasize this feel of disgust by creating a lip that's gonna be like eh. So that means that the lower lip has to be overlapping the front lip. So the way that we draw mouths, remember, is we draw like a rubber band. We're gonna find one part of our face. This is gonna be one side of our mouth, the edge. Then we gotta find where we want the other side of the mouth to be. This is a round shape, so probably around there. He's gonna be pushing his lips out, so the bottom lip and the top lip need to kind of overlap a little bit. So a rubber band coming from here to here, maybe something like that. And then we connect it. So now that shape gives me this upper lip. It wraps around, connecting to here, and it gives me this lower lip as well. We're going to draw our lip line inside, so I'm going to exaggerate this a little bit more. The lip has thickness, and it's going into our chin. We're going to push that cheek muscle. Remember, it connects from the side of our cheekbone to our chin. That's our cheek connecting this little triangle that creates our cheekbone muscle. On top of this is your cheekbone and your cheek muscle. So it connects like this muscle, and then it goes into your cheek tendons and stuff like that. And then it goes into your jaw. Okay. So that's the sort of stuff that you have to keep in mind whenever you're drawing characters in general. Like, you got to see it deeper than just splitting a shape in half. Like, if you think that getting to the point where you're just drawing things like this really quickly or something like that, like, that's cool. But if you don't understand what you are drawing, like, if you don't understand that these are like 3D shapes and everything's like that, you know, drawing something really cool is going to be really fun, but how cool would it be if you could create that same drawing doing absolutely anything in any way, shape, or form that you wanted? A little bit cooler, right? Like, drawing a really fun, awesome little like shape is not hard. Coming up with a cool styling, it is hard, coming up with your original ones. But, you know, drawing something that looks pretty is not going to take you an arm and a leg of time to actually be able to get to. But if you're not a hobbyist and you want to become more knowledgeable and you want to understand your career path and what you're doing and like to improve your craft, that's when you need to like go in and actually like be very critical of your own work. You need to go back and realize that you need to refine things heavier than you might already know. Let's make the channel a little bit smaller. And then, you know, that's through that sort of feedback and like refinement and thought process, that's how you get better. It's not through just drawing cool, pretty things. It's through drawing a lot of bad things, but trying to understand them. And not necessarily aiming to draw bad things. You know what I mean? So for all the pedantic people that are like, oh, well, you said that. Like, you don't be that person, first of all. Let's draw another face right here. Let's see. What does that look like? That looks like the... Okay, since remember, this is gonna... If I find the divot in the face shape, that's normally gonna be my midline because that's gonna be where my eyes go. Okay, that already provides me my brow line, which means that my nose bridge has to have depth, right? There's a shape to the nose bridge. It's not just a ball that pops up out of your face. Like, it's like a little bridge. It's called a nose bridge for a reason, because it kind of looks like a bridge. Okay. So your nose bridge is the side of your face, the side of your nose. That's also going to be the reason that this eye gets this shadow right here. Okay? If you hit light from this side, it hits this block. And what happens when you hit a block with light? What happens to the surface next to it? You get shadows. Right? So what happens on the nose? The light hits here, this lights up, and it casts a shadow on this shape. The other shadows that are difficult to understand here are your eyelids, but your eyelids are just a sphere. So if light is coming this way, you light it up like it's a sphere. This part is normally in shadows because it's normally sunken into our skin. So it's normally the same type of shadows that you see being cast from the nose. When you go back down to this side of the face, it's this shape, right? It's your cheekbone at that point. So it's going around, and that can be shaded like that too. From there, you have your muscle that goes from here to your chin. And then that separates your face into two as well. So now you have your front and your back to your face. Same thing here. From this direction, maybe a little bit of shadows would hit right there. This part would be in the light because of the very basic concept of a cube, right? If light is hitting from here, it'll hit this, but it will shade a little bit of that. This, same concept. I do not have kids. No, I have nephews. I have nieces and nephews, but I do not have kids of my own. In all reality, I don't know if I want them. So the more you're able to subdivide your shape, and the more you're able to figure out those easy three-dimensional shapes, it becomes easy to shade things because it's just a color by numbers at that point. The more you're able to subdivide, the more you're able to understand how light is supposed to hit objects. It's not magic. It's not magic at all. It's just somebody that can see like all the little levels of detail that you can't. They're able to subdivide a shape instead of you thinking of something like this as a cube that's subdivided. Somebody else will be able to see more levels because they're used to drawing it so much that when you're focusing on trying to focus like the same, like let's just say you were trying to focus on how to draw a nose here, right? Just because you're trying to figure out these basic shapes. Someone with more experience like myself is already carving into many other aspects and more level of detail at the same time. So I'm carving out my shape with more detail in my brain, more understanding, than a person that's just barely understanding the concept of dividing something in space. Does that make sense? So in order to get from here to here, there's the in-between method of just literally just going in and practicing subdividing little by little each time more and learning to carve out your shapes from those subdivisions. And starting to see things in three-dimensional shapes, and whenever you carve something out, how the properties and the angles change. Right? If you carve like a little circle out of, let's say here, now let's do it out of here. Right? If you carve the circle out of there, if it's just a cube, then it would look something like that. Exercises like that are really good too. And then giving it a little bit of a center line and perspective to some sort of vanishing line. And just seeing if you can create cutouts and shapes that have depth within them. Combining elements like that and elements of adding to your shapes from different angles and seeing where they could actually, like how they would look, or how you learn how to draw facial features in different forms, different shapes, different angles much easier. Because if you always try to just draw an entire head and it always never comes out right, maybe it's the basic shape aspect of it that's not working for you instead of the nose style that you're trying to apply. Ah, man. Clocking out. Okay. I literally just came back across my college. Okay, that's it. What's your favorite ever sketchbook to work in? Oh. So, my favorite sketchbook to work in? I do have several sketchbooks that I keep at any given point. I have an animal one, and I really enjoy drawing in that one. I haven't been to the zoo in a while. So I should probably make my way over to the zoo since I bought an annual pass. So I should probably use it. Let's see. What can we make out of that? I see an old man. The wrinkly neck, a squished in nose. There you go. All right, let's see. So if you have an eye, you know, drawing the other eye is sometimes difficult for people. But again, if you just imagine, imagination, imagination. Imagine that there's another sphere, right? And then just map out the same things on one or the other, and then just remember that maybe the nose bridge is going to block a little bit of it. Maybe. It depends on the angle. But then that makes it easier for you to understand as well. This nose bridge always has a little depth, right? If you're having issues with spacing between your eyes, when you draw them, think, okay, how wide do I want my nose? Do I want it really wide? Or do I want it normal wide? How wide do I want it? And then just draw your eye on the other side, another sphere. It really doesn't take much thought process. It just takes us questioning what we're drawing so that we don't constantly just draw things that are out of proportion. Right? In this case, the nose would have this height and this width. Cheekbone, nose gap, mouth. So I know that my mouth goes right here. I know my cheek muscle connects from here to my chin. So it would go around right there, and then my chin or my jaw would be around there. So I can see my entirety of my character structure before I draw it, because I already have like a mapping out of in my head. Right? Once I see one piece of it, I can go ahead and think about all the other parts being in place by just where that part is. And that just comes from understanding the elements of the head that I've been explaining this whole time. Let's see. Profiles are very easy to use whenever you're doing fun challenges like this. But I don't like to do them too often because it's just like cheating at this point for me. Right? I can make anything into a profile. So whenever I try to limit it to areas that I want to make sure that I fill in nicely, that looks cool. But I try to avoid drawing a ton of them so that it's not just seen like a gimmicky like thing. That's a funny thing too. Like the better you get at something, the more you like understand how much people coast with their knowledge of things. So like the more that I'm getting to understand like anatomy and like stylizing and everything like that, I start seeing a lot of people's artwork and I'm like, ooh, I know where you went wrong. I know where you did. And it's just it's fun because now I can like observe artists that are like, you know, that were godly to me before and be like, oh, cool, you make mistakes too. Yeah. And for some reason that's reassuring. Like that for that point, at that reason, it's not that I'm like encouraging like looking at other people's work and being like, ha ha ha, you made mistakes. More it's like making it relatable to me, like, oh shit, you're human too. We go through the same struggles. Question, where are you based out of? I am based out of San Diego, California. Very soon to be out of Scotland, though. I'm going to be moving to Scotland in February for a while and spending time with Vicky. And I'm going to work on my how to draw book. That is going to be like my dedicated time to creating this book. I've been thinking about this for years, and it's about time that I do it. So I'm going to dedicate a few months to refining what I already have and essentially creating a how to draw book that I've been planning on releasing for a good 10 years. But now I have the knowledge and the understanding to do so. Like I think I've gotten to the point where I can actually say, yes, you will learn how to draw everything if you follow that guide. Like, I am confident as hell to say that. Because I've put it through other people's like rigorous testing. I have had apprentices follow the methodology for like 6-7 months, and it's working for them. So it's just like cool. I have something good, and I seem to teach well. So let's see how many more people we can reach and how much like more people we can like help. But you guys were like, most of you guys were probably like, oh, see how he can make money now. Like, nah, honestly, like if I can avoid making money from my art, I would. I do have to make a living. So, some things just can't be free. But like if I could avoid charging to teach people how to like create, I'll probably try to stick to that as much as I can. Let's count, okay? Let's count. So far on this page. So we have the 54 that we did before. Right? You got 18 heads. Woohoo! Do you reply to comments? I do reply to comments when I'm looking. I'm drawing, dude. Like, so it's not like I'm ignoring anybody. I'm literally just drawing and teaching. So I'm sorry if your comment did not get seen, but no one's ignoring you. I probably just didn't see your comment. And feel free to come be my assistant. You can read all the comments. Is your YouTube name same? Clicked on your bio but not seeing it. The bio, like the link in the link in like on TikTok sucks. It's oh man. All right, so it's Rodgon the artist. Rod Gone. If you type in Rod Gone anywhere, I'll just pop up. I'm fairly well known. Dude, I fell asleep last night when you just had the one girl drawn. How do you do body profile? Well, we're not going to go into profile or bodies in general because we're drawing heads. And we got to get to 100 heads before we finish this challenge. And we've been going for like 2 hours already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have 14. Let's just finish this one up. 14, 15, 16. We won't count that one. 16. All right, so 16 so far. So 16, that is 70. So we need 30 more faces still. So far, we have talked about the basics of the skeletal system and how you should be sketching your faces if you want to get a little bit more accurate, right? The mapping points that are important are your nose canal, the little divot that happens because of it, your cheekbone going around your face, and your temples popping out at your eyebrow line. From this side, you get your cheekbone line, which leads to your cheek muscle that leads to your chin. Now from here, your jaw on this side is shown, and on this side it's normally your cheek muscle or the depth of whatever cheek skin you have here that shows, because your jaw tends to go back to the back of your ear. From here, the top of your mask is going to be the top of your eye sockets, as well as where your eyebrows go. The side of your face is your ear. Your ear is not just squiggles. It's actually consistent of a ridge into negative space, into a little flap of skin that tends to be your earlobe, right? So you can simplify it really easy, but it's more like this than it would be like this, I guess. From the side of your eyebrows, you can determine the side of your shape, and all that gives you the side of the face. The different panels change direction as you carve parts out of them, right? So different parts are going to shift in different directions. Not everything stays as a flat line. Nothing stays as a flat line, honestly. So getting used to the different angles that happen in your face is going to be very important. Okay? In this case, understanding that this midpoint is where my eyes are supposed to go. So I'm going to draw my eyeballs there. Then I'm going to draw whatever styling I want for my eyelids, going around my eyeball. The top of my eyeball determines my eyelid size. My nose can be a diamond, top and bottom. Into this area that could very easily be a cyclops' eye. Or just add negative space and you have a perfect mouth. Basically, we all look like ninjas. Let's see, hold on. All right, there you go. Yeah, pretty much. Like, you can just draw ninjas and you would have a very, like, it's a ninja mask or mask. I used to just call it the mask method. You know, it's a very easy way to just first of all, to learn to see things more in a more complex fashion than our normal, like, circled with a sphere divided type of look, and start being able to see things a little bit more complex so that you can get more dynamic, more engaging, more emotional pieces that look less robotic and they're based more on real anatomy than basing it off of a style guide. Because there's a difference between learning how to draw something and learning how to draw something. Let's make this into a gorilla. like once you start realizing that things are three-dimensional shapes, it becomes really hard to not be able to apply that to different parts of your drawings. So if you get good at drawing faces and seeing through your shapes and finding out the side of the jaw and the other, you can apply that to your neck, right? You start seeing one side of the neck, one side of the other, and then that could be your collarbone that connects. And you start seeing your rib cage as a three-dimensional shape too. And you start finding different angles, and you'll start figuring out that things like hoodies are very easy to draw because they just wrap around your shape. Hats are easy as hell too because they just wrap around the oval that's your head. And then learning how to overlap lines properly will help you with your clothing, will help you with your pretty much everything of your drawings, right? It'll just make you a better artist, period. So get used to doing it now so that you can be really good at it quickly. Your art reminds me of the Goofy movie. Oh, thank you. Oh, let's see. When comes out the printed version of your pinup book? I'm actually gonna rebrand that as a Coffee Break Doodles book, and then just keep the Coffee Break Doodles like brand, and then just label it my pinups Coffee Break Doodles book, and that will be probably released through Amazon, since I'll be leaving the country in February, guys. So I'm probably gonna have to set up a way for you guys to get the books without me having to ship them out until I find like a good printer in the UK that can do it. It might be able to partner with some publishers as well. So you never know. My future looks very promising. So I'm like terrified of doing this move, but I am incredibly excited as well because I think it's going to be coming with a lot of benefits for me. If heads are oval, why are hats round? Oh, well, easy. If a head is oval, the hat only has to go around a part of it, so therefore it's round. I mean, that's, again, just basic shape dynamics, right? One side of the jaw is the ear. This head is turning a little bit down, so I'm going to find the other side, find my other ear, and then my chin is right here. So now I just got to figure out how wide I want my teeth to be before this goes up. So chook, 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 I want my teeth to be up to here. So it's going to be this curvature. If I already know that my teeth are going to be right here because of my jawline, then this mouth shape becomes a lot easier to draw, because now I just have to match those teeth. The neck, remember, this is this side of the jaw, and then this side of the jaw, the neck goes inside of it, like if it's like a little tube inside of there. And then you have that little tiny negative space. A chubby head. I'll draw a chubby head next. Let's see. Chubby head. Chubby head. So how chubby we talking about? Okay, so we're gonna draw chubby. Okay, okay. I'm gonna tell you guys a story. There was a lady when I was drawing caricatures and learning how to draw caricatures. I was not necessarily the kindest person to my victims. Right? I probably gave a lot of them PTSD. More so because I was in my pursuit of learning how to exaggerate. I was going a little overboard and making people, it was borderline offensive. Actually, it wasn't borderline offensive. It was pretty goddamn offensive. Like, there was a lady who I drew on a piece of paper. This was a piece of paper. I drew this negative space. And then I drew her face. With her messed up teeth. She had like some horrible teeth. And I was just going crazy. Like, I did not care. So I like tore her a new one, right? It was just like, yeah, and I went into detail too. There was like freckles and like stuff like that. Anyways, when you're drawing chubby people, the elements that you have to take into consideration is that this same structure works, right? The same structure of the mask works, but you have to consider that the mass around your bones, right? If you have your bones right here, like the difference between a skinny person and a fat person tends to just be the body fat attached to those bones. So your cheeks, instead of being clinging to your skin and creating this like nice little sharp line, at this point your cheeks have fat, so your cheeks are gonna poof out. You're also gonna have a much fatter neck, right? If you're, depending on how chubby you are, it could be like go from your ears, right? You need your ears to draw your neck, so draw your ears. A normal standard neck will be something like this. It goes from the bottom of your ear down to your collarbone. Okay? And it goes from your other ear down to your collarbone, creating those two little like shapes right here. When you're chubbier, there's fat tissue here instead of muscle. So you end up getting a much wider and less defined shape. So instead of clinging to your skin like you would with like a super fit person, you start getting lumps, right? Again here, you start losing definition of the jaw and the side of the face with your cheek muscle, and you start getting more fat, like more thickness to this. At one point, it gets so, to the point where you just don't really see a neck. You just see maybe an indication of the chin into your shoulders. Okay, so you lose the definition and the shadows that come along with this because the area of your chin and your neck, right? This area underneath, let's draw it going this way. This is your collarbone. This area underneath your neck, which is normally like super hard for people to draw, gets filled in whenever you're chubby. So you still have it there, but it's all full of chubby goodness. So it becomes much more so like a little scarf around your neck. So when you're drawing somebody that's really chubby, You can draw the muscle style, the structure still. Doesn't mean that you have to stop drawing the structure, but you just have to keep in mind that a lot of that is not going to be seen. Especially if you have like Jabba the Hutt type of like sizing like I just drew this guy. It'll look like a walrus. Sometimes they'll even have multiple layers of like neck fat, right? Yeah, sometimes they have multiple like fatty tissues like there, depending on how like much fat they have on their neck. But that is how you start like breaking down a character being chubby or somebody being a little bit more skinny. Another factor is that the cheekbone or the cheek muscle tends to be very much wider. So that the reason that people draw people that are chubby with their eyes slightly slanted tends to be because that cheekbone or that cheek muscle pushes up as you smile. Right? It pushes up like a little pillow into your eyes. So it blocks off a little bit more of the eye, or it angles it up, pushing the eyelid up. All right, so that's how you would draw chubby heads. Let's see. Eddie Segwick, Rodgon the artist. Did you go to art school or are you pretty much self-taught, please? So, okay, so I went to art school for 3D animation, thinking that it would be for 2D animation. So I learned a lot about 3D modeling, and I learned a lot about like Photoshop and all the programs that I was going to need to use to be employed in that industry. They never really emphasized much on drawing. So I was doing 3D models off of very bad drawings. So even though my 3D models were exceptional, apparently, they were based off of very shitty drawings. Can I see you draw with a pencil? First of all, I'm not a trained monkey, so I'm not like somebody that's just gonna jump on doing, things like different art materials that are gonna be throwing off what I've been doing this whole entire time. So I'm not just gonna jump on something else. Sorry, that doesn't work like that. If we make a video on different ways to use materials, though, that's a way that I can do that. I would be more than happy to do that for you guys as well. What were we talking about? I forgot. I'll continue talking about it. Let's try this guy. Let's draw the mouth right here. A rubber band, negative space, connecting the sides of the nose to the edges of the mouth creates these little triangles that give you your cheek muscles, and then the roundness to the front of your mouth as well. In case you guys are wondering, like a good way to like think about that. Gotta go to work. Have a great day. Thank you for your knowledge. Hey, Sabrina, thank you so much for tuning in. I know you were here probably for a very big part of the stream, so appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, talking about art school animation. Yeah, I went to art school for 3D animation. So for the most part, I spent 4 years 4 years learning how to catch up to everybody else, right? Like, because I wanted to draw. But I also slacked off a lot. Like, I slacked off a shit ton. Right? I played way too many video games, and I played way too much Magic the Gathering. So I didn't use the most of my time as I could have. But at the same time, it was the first time I had ever met any like-minded humans. So at the end of the day, I accounted to me not just being experienced in the art world and just enjoying the fact that I had friends that did this shit now. Right? So at this point, I don't really draw that well, but I'm trying. I'm not really understanding the concepts of perspective and anatomy, and I'm just overall like just stylizing everything because that's the only way that I know how to draw something that looks even decent, right? Trying to draw from memory is not gonna be something that I was doing at this point because I could not. Did not have a mental library. I could not draw from memory at all. It would be so frustrating because my drawings would be garbage when they were from memory, right? But whenever I try to copy somebody else's, I could kind of get it, kind of understand it. And so little by little, I just started copying people so much that I just like was able to replicate some of my favorite parts of what each one of their drawings was, and then just make it into something of mine. That worked for several years, right? Doing it like that worked for several years, but there was a lot of things that I would avoid drawing. Now, even though I was at a professional level of illustration, and by that I mean somebody that can draw and make something look pretty, right? Like after a certain amount of skill level, like it's all preference. So you might not be at the level of like a hyper realistic artist, but you can still sell a portrait, right? So really, like there's a point in time where you just have to stop learning and start applying what you learn. So, I started doing that really early. And little by little, I just started adopting different traits from different jobs that I would get. And then eventually I just landed to what I'm doing now, which is mostly teaching people how to draw. Or like offering my time and effort to seeing if I can actually make teaching a sustainable thing for me, right? At this point, I'm gambling on myself. And I like to think that I am good at what I do, right? I like to think that I am a good teacher, and I like to think that people learn from me relatively well. So you guys let me know in the chat. Like we have retained about 100 people in our chat for over 3 hours. So I'm going to assume that this is going relatively well and then you guys are actually enjoying this. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, or prove me right. Click the little heart button. Let's get to the 50,000. We're at 37,000. Let's get to 50,000 and tattoo this guy on his forehead. There you go. Okay. Let's get to 50,000. It'll be like our most watched stream. And then I'll upload it to YouTube later as a speed run so that you guys can just see me like go like... And it's already on YouTube right now. It's streaming on YouTube at the same time. So it's immediately going to be on the stream. I'll just come up with like a cool cover page and shit for it. A Cyclops, you remember? Angry Cyclops for a mouth and a muzzle. And then fill in the space. Angry Cyclops. Like, if you guys use any of my techniques, I freaking love seeing people use the things that I teach you, okay? Like, you guys do not understand how happy it makes me to see somebody use the stuff that I teach you. Like, it just makes me giddy like a schoolgirl, like, you know? And this man right here, I function off props and ego boosts. As humble as I am, I do like highly appreciate compliments. So you guys feel free to compliment the hell out of me. I love it. You know, for a long time, I kind of like told myself that I shouldn't be like, you know, like asking for admiration. But at one point or another, you get old enough that you're like, fuck it, give me admiration. I'm fucking awesome. I have worked hard at this and I'm here for you guys. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to start requesting those ego tax boosts. What's that speed sound again? More on the rubber band method. Okay, we'll go on the rubber band method next. Let's see. All right, let's take a quick look at the rest of the page while you guys give me some little hearts because I think I deserve it. So give me some hearts, give me some subscriptions. If you guys have not like subscribed yet to my channel on YouTube, go subscribe so you guys can see more videos like this. I think we've been at it for like 3 hours almost. That's pretty cool. All right, so maybe we'll do like 100 hand challenge next or something like that. We'll just keep on doing challenges until we like fill up entire pages. And that way, like, I have a base video for you guys all to like reference for different body parts. So I think that'd be pretty cool. I like boosts to my ego too. Who doesn't? Let's see. Okay, so rubber band method for mouths. When you have a head shape, let's draw a couple shapes. Each one of these is going to get a rubber band. Okay. This rubber band is going to consist of 2 points. Normally the points will consist of where the rubber band is getting the sharpest little points on them. These are going to be your 2 sides of your mouth, and you extend them out by extending the top line, creating an overlap that is going to cause your lip to have a little bit of depth to it. Okay. This overlap right here is very important because the lower lip tends to connect to those same flat points right here, but underneath, tucked in underneath the bottom top lip. So this has thickness, right? So the upper lip is going to be drawn inside with whatever styling you feel like giving it. And it connects at a flat angle on the side. And this shape is created. It's tapered and into this end point in the back of your mouth. But it's very similar to an eyelid in which this lip part is just the thickness of your eyelid. The bottom eyelid can be wrapped around the same thing, and then this, whatever thickness you want to give this, is the bottom part of your eyelid. It's the same concept. Okay, so think about it like that, and then whenever you're drawing your inside lines, inside of this shape, that's where you draw the inside lip. That's still connecting as a shape to these side angles underneath the top lip. And you can end up with some pretty cool looking mouths. More chubby faces. Again, it's not going to be hugging my jawline. It would be outside of my jawline. And the only points that would pop out are maybe a tiny point of my jaw at the sides. Maybe. Probably closer, it would be probably closer to the back side of the jaw. You would probably not see it from this angle. guy with a mohawk. Next shape, this one. If this is our top line of our mouth, not the outside of our lip, we are told and we are shown how to draw lips like this all the time, right? We draw the midline, and then you draw the upside, and then you draw the bottom part. Like this. Midline, top line, bottom part. That's how we get taught how to draw lips all the time. Stop drawing them like that. This line should be drawn first. That upper line, and it's very easy to simplify it by just creating a curve. So any curve that you draw can always have a little divot cut out of it. So draw your lips like that, your initial top line. Your bottom line is going to be how wide you want your mouth to be, and this is going to be the bottom part of your lip. And just connect it to the flat side. Then you draw your lips inside. How big do you want your lips? Do you want a very fat, voluptuous lip? Just draw the thickness of these very, very thick. Overlapping the top one over the bottom. And then you have a really thick lip. You don't want a thick lip, you want something more like little, then maybe don't even draw the upper lip. Right? But you still want a lower lip. That's perfectly fine too. Oh, you say you want a divot? Then draw the divot. But that comes after. Right? So get used to drawing your lips like this instead of this. This is always going to give you like mouths that are ridiculously sized. Like for some reason, every time I try to add lips on top of like my shapes, like I always don't know where to put my nose or my mouth. Like it just throws me off. Okay, so in this one, let's draw our lips inside coming from this flat point. They're stretching out a lot, so they would be a little bit thinner. And we're looking at it from the bottom, so therefore you would see a lot more of the thickness of the upper lip, right? Simply because when you're looking at something from underneath, you see that surface much more than you would see it from the bottom, right? So you see this lip much more than you would see this bottom lip, but you would still probably see a little bit of this lip. Inside of this, the lip has thickness, so you see it go around. And then after you find the outside, then you can start figuring out where your teeth will go. Your teeth are just little boxes. But since you're seeing the underside of the face, you would see more of the inside of the molars, maybe a little bit of the tongue, and a lot of the top of the mouth inside. These are lips, so let's color them in a different color. And then from there, again, if we think about this eyelid mouth shape as like a cyclops, we can determine where the eyelid would go, which gives us a determination that our nose has to be within these points at some point here, right? That has to match up at some point because that's literally just the only way that anatomy works. Like, it has to match up at one point, so that helps me determine how wide my nose is going to be. It also gives me that little tiny space in between the mouth and the lips. Let's determine that the nose is going to be right here. From this angle, the nose is still a diamond, but you're only seeing the bottom of the diamond. so you only see the nostrils. Maybe a little bit of the upper nose. The chin would probably be where this guy's face is. And then to figure out the rest parts of the body, we just start mapping out the different parts of that we already know. If our teeth are going back here, that means that my chin or my cheek muscle has to go up here into this general area. Same thing here. Okay, my cheekbone curves around into where my eyebrows are, my temple. So I know that this is the remaining space that I have, so I need to make sure that all my elements fit nicely in there. I set my brow line, and then I need to leave space a little bit for my head, for my forehead. Even though it's like really like excessively exaggerated, I still want to leave spacing to have depth, right? Just to have it have a little bit more depth. Nose canal, which means that my eyebrow ridge line should be here up until my brow line. If this is my eye socket, then my eyeball needs to be inside my eye socket, so I can just map out my eyeballs. And then I get to determine where I want my eyeballs to be looking by creating the hemispheres around my spheres. Since we're looking from the bottom, you would see a little bit more of the bottom of the eyeball. The cheekbone would wrap around, and then whatever muscles or cheek like sagging or exaggerated parts coming out would be coming from there. I'm gonna map this side, match it to this side. My cheek tendons are gonna be pulling down towards my chin and my jaw into my ear. And little by little like that, you just start like going around mapping them out. Let's count them again. Woo. All right, let's see. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I don't know if I counted him. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So we have 28 so far. 28. That makes it 64, 84. 18 more faces to go. 18 more. We can fit 18 faces here, right? We can figure out a way to get 18 faces within this space. We have 2 pages to fill up, and yeah, we can totally do that. All right. Baby Batman. Okay, let's draw baby Batman. So baby features consist of having a very small chin, right? And gigantic cheeks and a big forehead. That gives you the properties of a baby. So big forehead, big cheeks, and straight up like so big that they like go past the chin. And then all their features tend to be scrunched up together too, right here. So we're gonna have a little nose. And babies and old people and fat people have the tendency to have very large cheeks. So it's very easy to have features from each one of them transferred to the others. How many sketchbooks do you go through in a year? I'd say about like 6 or 7 sometimes. I actually fill up my sketchbooks heavily, so it takes a while for me to finish one of them completely. But I'd say like over the course of a year, between my sketch wallet ones and, you know, like the ones that I just do for myself, like for like project work and stuff like that, I go around 7 sketchbooks a year. I am very lucky that I am sponsored by a couple sketchbook companies, so I don't have to pay for my sketchbooks. I just gotta post. Chibi style. Eddie Segway. Hey, you gotta go, guys. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Bye. Later. See you guys. Let's see. So that's 2 more. 1, 2. So that's 16 more faces. Let's find the shape here, because this kind of looks like a nose. We'll create a divot. The divot's gonna give me an eye socket, and now I can create like a redneck looking dude with no neck. And his name is Levotis. He has awesome mutton chops, but they don't connect because that's like his genetics. He has a couple age marks. Oh, Levotis. If only you were a better pool player. Let's give him some glasses too. He just started learning how to be a hipster. Alright, so that was 16, that's 15. We can make this guy into 1. Let's see. Do we want to give him a nose? Nah. It's just gonna look cool as a monster. Now, if you are trying to understand the concept, right, and it doesn't make sense to you yet, don't feel discouraged, right? Sometimes it takes years for something to actually click, right? If something does not click immediately for you, don't feel like all that discouraged. Just realize that you just haven't gotten there yet. Okay? It's not gonna, like, it doesn't mean that you're a bad artist. It does not mean that you are like a slow learner. It just means that you haven't seen the visualization needed to be able to achieve that next level or to get to where you need to understand. Just keep practicing with your perspective and your anatomy, and keep practicing over and over and over, and you will get there. Like, I promise you, you will get there. I like that as an eye, even though it's an ear for the other guy. Angry Cyclops. That will forever be like my favorite analogy now. Like, mounts are angry Cyclopses. If you're wondering like how you learn all the little lines and all the little like wrinkles and all that shit, well, that comes with time. That comes with time, and that comes with practice. That comes with a lot of let me adjust this a little bit. That's gonna come with a lot of trying different things, seeing what works, what doesn't, and just literally just practicing your butt off with things that you don't know, right? Not every answer is going to be given to you, and not everybody's going to know how to create the things that you want to create. So sometimes, and it's often, sometimes you need to learn how to do that shit on your own. One of those things for most artists tends to be pricing and how to like put value to your artwork, right? Like that takes so long for people to do, and they don't normally do it without getting ripped off a bunch of times and like, you know, going through a lot of bullshit that everybody like ends up going through because we all learn the same way. So that's why I started my channel, honestly. I started my channel so I could like avoid like giving people some like head start over like the reality of living as an artist, and like, you know, hopefully you guys don't have to struggle as much as I did with just the basic concepts, things to somebody willing to explain them and talk to you guys about it. Thank you so much for your time and information. Found you on YouTube. Ah, awesome. So far we had 18 left, 16, 15, 14, 13 left. 13 bodies, or 13 faces within this little remainder of our structure. All right. Love this live stream, Ragan. I'm going to rewatch the entire lesson. Thank you. I got to sign out too. It's very late here. Oh, like, thank you guys for staying so long. Like, Jesus Christ. You guys probably stayed through the almost like the entirety of the stream. And we've been on here for a while. Like we've been on here since 11 in the morning. So let's hit that button. Give me those hearts. I need hearts. Thoughts on straight liner, pigment liner versus the same? It's the same thing to me. Like literally brands, like the difference between brands of pens is so incredibly unimportant. Like it really is. Like get used to drawing with a material that you like. I personally I enjoy ballpoint pen, mostly because my hand doesn't hurt after an hour of drawing, right? I don't put enough like that much pressure on my page whenever it's just ballpoint pen, so therefore I enjoy drawing with this. Now you will notice that everything is very sketchy and very messy, but at the same time it looks good. It's because I've gotten used to drawing with my tool. My tool is ballpoint pen. I enjoy it, I like it, and therefore I use it in a way that makes me want to do it more. Find the tools that you like and then just stick to that until you get good at it. If for some reason you think that it's too advanced for you of a tool, then learn with it anyways. Just go for it. Like, you're creative. I assume you're creative because you are here listening to me rant about drawing. So, since you are a very creative human being, this time around I'm going to draw upside down. Let's see. Can I come up with something good? Yeah, it's like a butler. Like I said, profiles are very easy. So let's just draw like a random eyeball in here to throw off whoever's like reading this or watching this, and they'll be like, "Oh, where's the face for that one?" I'm like, "There's no face for that one." Ha 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 ha. Oh, but now it looks like a little cute, like Cleopatra looking girl or something. Okay, cool. Like, that's not going to count as a face, so I still need 13 more but I like filling in the spaces in between my faces. Let's see. Can we come up with something here? Yeah, we can. So if you're ever wondering, like, oh my God, how is he doing that? How is he getting that, like, the look? How is he being so accurate? How is he doing that so much? 12. It's not that I have magical powers or any extra skill that you can't learn, okay? I'm just applying the basic concepts of anatomy and perspective and the things that I learn and the little things that I like pick up while I'm drawing, and I use those to create fun things from my memory. They're not always accurate, and a lot of this is very, very much like exaggeration and not a realistic approach to doodling at all. So, you know, it comes and goes with its benefits. It has the ability. I have the ability to draw pretty much anything, but at the same time, if I just focus on drawing abstractly all the time, it makes coming up with concepts from scratch a little bit harder. Like if you're always drawing abstractly, drawing like more accurate like stylings might be very difficult for you down the line. But there's no drawback in getting more knowledge and understanding a little bit more about what you do. 11 more. Let's draw one here. Okay, this looks like a tiki head, but I'm not gonna draw it completely in profile. I'm gonna draw it with a slightly downward angle into slightly seeing the top and the bottom of the nose. And then let's exaggerate the smile of a tiki. Always making sure to add little depth wherever I can, maybe like a base to it or something. Let's make it a tiki mug. All right. 10. All right. 10 more faces. Let's draw a relatively large one here. Just to get the corner in, we'll get the corner in over here as well. Let's draw a random shape. That would be 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. Perfect. We'll make those into different head shapes. We're going to, let's see, how do we want to approach this? Let's draw one in the middle first. Let's draw one over here. I'm just going to give it some depth by creating a 3D shape within that space. And then I get to start subdividing and carving out my shape if I desire to. So once I have a front, I know that this is going to be divided at least in half so that I have a jaw and then I have a top part of my body. If this is going to be the forehead, then this is going to be the brow line. That means that my nose and my eyes have to be within this area. If my eyes are this area, my nose is here, that means that the rest of my skeletal system for this shape ends up being more like that. From here, the jaw seems very wide, so we're going to draw our jaw all the way to the edge and up until our ear. Remember, this side is the jaw on a 3/4 view, but this side is not. This side is going to be your cheek. So however poofy you want your cheek, you can draw your cheek there. But your jawbone is going to be more prevalent on this side. Then we already have our eye socket, so we can decide whatever styling we want for our eyes. Since I know where my eye sockets are, that's how I know how far to push this eye into the socket to get that same spacing. The top of these are my eyebrow lines. Then from the edge here to your chin, that is your jaw, like your cheekbone triangle thingy. So I'm just going to draw my mouth right here. Creating this triangle from the edge of these, from the nose to the chin, and from the chin to the side of the cheekbone creates a triangle, and that's the triangle that covers your mouth. So that's why it's important. Let's draw some hair on them. And ta-da, we have a pretty interesting face. Let's apply the same concepts here. We're gonna have this shape. Let's see, what do we want to do with that shape? It's too easy to make that into a nose. It's way too easy. Well, we never said we were going to be drawing everything from like a frontal view either. So let's draw somebody from behind. No, we never said that we were just going to stick to frontal views. When you're drawing things from behind, you got to remember the shape of the jaw. It's not just a ball. It goes from one ear to the other ear, connects at the chin, right? So if you have both sides, it makes it a lot easier to understand where the back of your spine is going to go, which is right here. Your shoulders are going to be connected to the back of your spine, roughly, so right here. And then you can, you know, start making your way down the body. When it comes down to your actual face, though, the same points stick out. Your brow line and your cheekbones. That's the two things that stick out from both angles. So just remember those. Let's get our glasses. That's a tiki head right there. All right. This lady's gonna be wearing some clothes and just being overall like glamorous. One, two. Yeah, we'll just fill out the page. It'll be over 100 faces. For this one, let's see. Nice drawing. How many faces do you have so far? Well, with counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we have 92 faces so far in our thing. 92 faces so far. So it's been a lot of talking about different shapes, talking about different ways of doing things. I don't think I've ever filled a sketchbook page so much in my life. Old man, old woman. Ooh, cool. Okay, so old people are hilarious to draw. Let's consider these the cheekbones, right? And we'll consider this the rest of the face. So if you understand the concept of your cheekbones by themselves, These have a personality of their own as you get older, because cartilage and skin tends to start sagging. So if you understand the concept of having your cheekbones, then you'll understand how to make them sag, right? It's kind of like having like boobies on your head. As you get older, your skin hugs your bone structure more. So you end up getting little wrinkles at the edges of where your eye socket is connecting to your skin, right? Then this has curvature, but you start losing the plumpness of this, so it starts hugging your skin more, and you start seeing a little bit more of the structure of your bones. That accounts for the inside lines as well. The sunken inness to your eye socket also is a reason for that, right? The skin starts hugging more around your eyeball, creating those wrinkles and stuff like that as well. Your eyelids tend to be heavier and they tend to have a lot more wrinkles as well. And you end up with wrinkles wherever any sort of like structure kind of like collides with each other. So in the inside of your eyes and the outside, maybe not so much on the parts where this is where your collagen of your eyes like sinks in, and then you start getting these double bags, right? Like this is just the eye socket with like this area just being kind of filled with like emptiness instead of like the nice plump collagen that you're used to. From there, the wrinkles will start appearing with your cheekbones and mostly in the mouth area as well. We can still create just a rubber band for a mouth for old people. Just a rubber band with two edges. But since their skin is so saggy and stuff, like you need to realize that you might not see both sides of the mouth. Again, you're going to have to map out your skeletal structure a little bit. In this case, it's a little bit weird, but we can still do it. And then based on that, you're going to hug the skin a lot more than you would any other normal drawing. Right? You're going to hug the bone structure and maybe even show a little bit of the dents and stuff like that that accompany the tooth line, the gum line. The lips might not be as like plump anymore, but they might have little cracks. But you can easily do that by going around your shape, around it. Racing around surfaces is a very important. It's a very important skill set to learn. Down you go onto your chin. Again, you're hugging a lot of the skin, so I'm just going to exaggerate this by creating like fake little bone protrusions. Again, this bottom part of the jaw is only as far wide as needed as your bottom teeth are, and then it curves up. Your brow muscles would be as well wrinkly because of the skin hugging and just losing elasticity. Into your temple, that creates another indentation that leads to your ear. Ta-da! Evil scientist. An evil scientist. Let's see. I need to figure out. So evil scientist would be more of a sharp, edgy, jagged line type of drawing. I'm trying to figure out where I can fit that. Let's do it here. So I was surprised by how amazing, not surprised honestly, but how surprisingly awesome Invader Zim into the like Enter the Florpus, like that movie. Holy shit. Like I watched it with Vicky and it was just like I didn't even know. I've been an Invader Zim fan for years. I've been a Jonan Vasquez fan for ever. Like Johnny the Homicidal Maniac and Squee are like my favorite, like two of my favorite comics. So when I saw that he had a movie out, oh, and it was so good. I'd like to see a nice mustache on the last one. We can draw a mustache on any of them. Let's draw. What does that one look like? That shape is interesting. It could be a nose. Nah, this is like a hairline. And this guy has like a stupidly large chin, like a butt chin. It's like Terminator status. I will be back. Cheekbone, cheekbone. See, now that I know my cheekbones, now wherever I draw my mouth rubber band, I can connect those points and it's gonna look okay. Right? Exaggeration comes from understanding the anatomy and then modifying that anatomy to fit your style needs. So people have the ability to change styles relatively easy when you get to a certain level of, understanding. It's going to be more so like your application of that styling more so than like learning how to style something anymore. Like at one point you stop competing about knowing how to do a drawing and it's more so how do you come up with a really epic design from this. We are almost done. Oh my god, my wrist is killing me. Just curious, do you need to relate to that Bible? What? Having trouble with this morning. I knew I needed to sleep from a long all-nighter drawing comics. Now I have to wake up to great lesson. Aw, that's awesome. Thank you. A nice mustache in one of the last ones. Okay, so I'm pretty sure we already met the quota. I think we're over it by like 1 or 2. So, in this case, this guy's gonna have an epic mustache. Now, what I am going to ask of you guys, if you did find some value in what you did today and what we learned today, now that we're coming out to like the end of our stream, what I want to like have you guys do is, if possible, and you guys are more than welcome to not do shit because I'm not a person that normally asks for anything. But if you guys feel so inclined and you learned something or something clicked or you guys just simply enjoyed the stream, please feel free to like share my page with someone. That's it. Just share my page with someone that might be able to use the knowledge that I'm teaching. And that is all I ask. And if you guys can do that for me, I will be forever thankful. Because my goal is not to be famous necessarily. That'd be nice, but if it doesn't happen, whatever. My goal is to be the artist that I was searching for when I learned and started drawing myself. Okay, that's who I'm trying to be. That's my goal. That is my reasoning for going into art. And it's something that I am very passionate about lately, and it's something that I want to achieve. So if you guys do feel so inclined to help, there are books that I have for sale in the form of Coffee Break Doodles, which is a collection of my doodles from over the years, and a pinups book, which is a bunch of lovely ladies and pinups that I have done as well over the last 10 years of my career. Those are available through my stand or link in my Instagram, so you guys can purchase those there. You guys can subscribe to my Instagram account if you guys are so inclined to be part of the cause. And if not, don't worry about it. Just by being here, you guys are more than enough of supporters to be able to say that you guys are my peeps. So I love you guys. Thank you so much for the company. I hope that you guys learned a lot from this lesson. Let's just look over the entire page real fast. So we did a bunch of stuff. So with that, we have about 104 faces within the drawing. I will go back in and do the contrasting later. My hand is absolutely killing me, so I'm going to But we have completed the challenge! Anyone else willing to take on this challenge, please tag them. Let them know that I'm throwing the gauntlet. 100 faces in 2 sketch pages. 2 sketch pages, 100. Go for it. 1 sitting. Let's do it. Gauntlet thrown. You guys, let the person that you think should be my challengee know. Message them. Let them know the challenge has been thrown down. Talk through a stream of 100 faces. Let's get some knowledge from other artists out there, and we'll see what we can come up with. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful day. I love you all. Thank you guys so much for checking. Thank you so much for catching the stream, and I will see you guys tomorrow with another lesson. If you guys feel like catching these up, they are on YouTube, so you guys just go to my YouTube and fill that shit up, okay? We almost got to 50,000 likes. Almost. We got close, but hey, maybe we'll get there next time, okay? I love you all. Have a wonderful day. Take care. See you in the next one.